All right, welcome to session 61. So previously, had you were spending time in Katniss, after Cepasus, you had talked to Barrios. You had investigated the um, the priest who is set to be executed in a few days. You broke into his cell discreetly and tried to talk to him and kind of got a lay of the land. And then afterwards, you guys decided to go exploring, and so you flew around the visited the a few locations you'd previously seen, and returned to the bone pile to take care of the skeletons. Unfortunately, only the most powerful of the skeletons remained after your work elsewhere, and the battle turned out to be much more difficult than anticipated. But you did prevail at the end, and as we begin, you are still at the bone pile getting ready to leave. So let me go ahead and take you to the map. So it is currently still morning. You've just defeated the skeletons, and thanks to Darcy's efforts, uh, happened to destroy their source of power. And you now realize that had you not done that, you would have come back in the future to see more skeletons. So now that you've completed that, what's next?
Well, do we have any more business here, or is it time to move on to the Shrine Panur?
Uh, I believe we can move on to the shrine. Is there anybody else who needed the cheese out of their ears? Prestidigitation clean.
Conglomerate will ask, will mention that he had some
Oh,
cheese in his ears too.
I will prestidigitation clean his ears out as well, and also gavel. I'm subtracting the cheese from my inventory right now.
Fair enough.
Very well then.
All right.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start flying here.
Sure. All right, so as you cross this area, you look down and you see a sandbar along the bend of the river with cliffs and rocky outcroppings separating it from the jungle beyond. And along the sandy beach, you can just barely make out roughly hewn stone spikes topped with human skulls.
Hmm. Is there something else we would like to look at today, or
In fact,
are
I
we
will
putting that on
go
the notes for
ahead
later?
and mark that for you. Beach bones. There it is. Ownership. Observer. Alright, so now you should be able to hover your cursor over it theoretically and get a name at least.
Well, perhaps that should be saved for later.
All right, that works.
Hold on, I'll just do one thing here real quick. Why is that not working? Yeah, whatever. Alright, here's probably a good time. Right, now there's the bridge. Yeah. Alright, I keep going that way.
Good. As you proceed, you notice that the sky is becoming a bit cloudy.
I'm gonna
Does
go
it feel
ahead
like
and do a
just a
little
normal
diversion
storm, or is
here.
there anything
Okay, as you fly
unpleasant?
over, you see an area of ground dotted by tar pits. And from there, you can see strange shadows moving around. Go ahead and make that visible.
Strange shadows. Can
Yeah,
I
they look
detect
like they're
undead?
coming out of and going into the tar pits.
Can I detect undead?
Yeah, you guys are
I can
using
swoop
the
down.
windwalk spell, right? So
Yeah.
you go by it pretty quickly. So I'll go ahead. How are you gonna detect undead?
I've got a new thingamajigger.
Well, we'd have. It's an active
I can
ability.
I can swoop down. Passive ability, undead sense. My
Yeah,
new
what's the range
thingamajigger.
though?
120 feet. So I can swoop down and then kind of come back up.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, though, this was actually a deliberate digression rather than just flying past. So,
All right. Yeah. If you want to swoop down and get closer, you go and you sense them. And while they do look shadowy, which reminds you of the look of spirits, your undead sense is not going off.
Okay. Well, they are not the undead. I do not know what they are though.
all right.
If you hover over it, you should be able to see a name as well.
Ooh, the shadow mark.
I'm assuming you got just close enough for your sense.
Uh,
Correct?
yeah, I swooped down to like 110 feet, so I was
Okay.
nowhere near, like
Got
fire
it.
range, just real quick, yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh, so we will continue on our way then.
All right.
All right. You arrive at the location of the shrine. As you land, you have the hill and the tree from what you remember before, and the hole you used last time to get down. I'm assuming you're entering the same way you did last time.
Yep, after we
Uh,
land and
yeah.
change form.
All right. Let me get the map.
For the record, that whole trip was probably about an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Would have been slightly less than an hour, except for the going to inspect that shadow merc thing.
Sure, fair enough. 79.51. So you've been through the caves before, and so I'm going to go ahead and assume that you get past that. So I'm going to go ahead and move you right to the shrine, the top level of the shrine, anyway. What I'll do is I'll put you outside. So you've basically just arrived. I'm going to delete Tavros. Um, Actually, that is I'll pause real quick. That is a bit that I forgot to mention before. Tavros has basically become essentially a guest player. So Tavros is no longer traveling with you. He at some point in time he vanished, potentially going back to the heavens, or maybe in some sort of purgatory. You're not sure, which means that you don't have to worry about him anymore, pay for rooms and so on. But it also means that if the rest of you die, that counts as a TPK.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, so you land and you immediately notice that some new creatures have moved in. You suspect that the magic surrounding the temple was keeping them away, but now that you've ended that spell, the creatures were able to move back in. So you can see a few grubs up in the corner, and on the ceiling over here, you can just make out a lump hanging down. So what do you do? They haven't
Ah,
noticed you yet.
this might be fortuitous. I have just recently run out of my Zorgu to make conglomerates arrows.
You notice that for whatever reason, Conglomerate is hanging back today.
Okay.
He's suffering from whatever Gizzard had suffered from before, but now Gizzard is fine. AKA, he's not here today.
Okay, what would we like to do? Do we just run in and open fire?
Just realized I'd still be an earth elemental form.
Okay.
Ah,
Let me give the thing sight if it doesn't already have it. Vision enabled.
Okay, that's working.
Okay. Anyway, like I said, the grubs don't seem to have noticed you yet. They seem to be over there eating the bones of one of the eating one of the skeletons.
there will probably be more, but I can't imagine a whole lot. It hasn't been enough time for.
Could you speak a little louder?
So I know there are more than just those two in there, I'll bet, but I can't imagine a whole lot more. I mean, there's not been time for a queen to move in or anything, you think?
Perhaps not. Although, on the other hand, where would these grubs be coming from?
I suppose. Let us enter and see the damage. Yes, we must destroy these things at every turn. We cannot let them have a place to fester.
If you're talking, Tyler, I can't really make out what you're saying.
He said, well, regardless, we must take them out. We must destroy them at every turn. We cannot let them allowed to have a place to fester.
Okay. So they still haven't noticed you, but you get the feeling that if you continue much further, they probably will.
Yeah, might as well be done with this.
Okay.
Gonna go start
All
running
right.
right at them.
So go ahead and stop. I'm going to have everybody roll initiative. So there we go. Oh, actually, let me remove conglomerate here.
For whatever reason, it's
Remove
just not
Gavin.
loading. I'm just stuck on a gray screen.
I'm assuming you refreshed.
Yeah, twice now.
Is the bar? Did you ever see the loading bar?
Nope.
Oh, the heck? Why did it zoom in like that? Anyway, yeah. So you might have to refresh a couple of times until the bar shows up. Once you see the loading bar, then it'll load. But sometimes you do wind up having to refresh multiple times.
Yeah, I had once where I had to do it like 3
Oops,
times.
that didn't drop down yet. Oh well, now you see it. Sorry about that. It's out of my control though.
Yep, I know. Since I can't do anything, can't even see where we are.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and pause until I think Gizzard, I think
I just did back a second ago.
Brosnan went away, and oh, I guess Brosnan's back. Um, sorry, and Darcy's having trouble.
I might have to try it under Firefox because for whatever reason, Chrome is just not doing squat.
All right. Yeah, I guess it had to be some location-based issue or something, because it actually came up pretty quick for me today. Anyway, Gizzard, if you're away, you so there some critters have moved in since you were gone, and
Yeah.
Cyclonin had moved in to take care of the situation, and that's why we're in initiative.
Okay. Sounds good.
At the moment, Darcy's having issues connecting, so we're waiting until she can get those resolved.
What are we waiting for?
Oh, Darcy's having connection issues, so
Oh, I see.
waiting for her to resolve it before we start. Actually, what I can do actually is roll initiative for her, and then probably start up, and then we can wait when it's her turn. We'll go that way, so we're not.
There it goes.
All right. Well, you got a 17 on initiative.
Hooray.
All right,
Thanks.
Judge. So Cyclonin has already gone in, and then you can see the grubs. You can see that one of the carrion crawlers has dropped from the ceiling. So what are you gonna do?
All right. I'm going to walk in.
As you enter, you notice that there are more lumps on the ceiling.
Haha.
In fact, since you already know what those
Right.
are, I'm just going to go ahead and expose them for you now. They're technically still on the
Yeah.
ceiling, but you know what to look for.
Okay. Gavel is going to fly up to there, flap in the carrion crawler's face, deftly avoiding those tentacle mouths, and then fly back down.
All right.
Whilst the judge is going to bonus action. Oh, come on. Work.
Cool.
Song.
Gee,
Inventory.
that reminds me.
Plates on bonus. Okay.
Excuse me.
Here.
All right. So you run up, you jump down from the
Right.
lip over here,
Yeah.
and
But-
approach the carrion
Yeah.
crawler.
How
So
does
what are
that
you
one?
gonna do?
How did I'm trying to figure out how that lines up there. Oh, okay, I guess like that.
Yeah, you're going down rather than up, so it doesn't count as rough terrain because it's not steep enough.
Okay. Oh, I was just trying to figure out I couldn't get my character set right. It was like half under the carrion crawler. All right.
Okay.
And then he will swing hard. The first swing will be the booming blade.
Why do you have advantage?
Because Gavel
Gavel distracted him.
flew in his face.
Oh,
Gavel
okay.
flew in
The
his
help
face and then
action?
flew back down.
Oh, help action. That's right. All right, go ahead.
Okay. And this is the damage.
That's obviously it. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so 9 points of damage. As your
And then
first
the booming.
first strike.
Wait a second.
You hear thunderous booming blade,
For an
which does
additional
another
17
17 points of
thunder.
damage, shocking the creature.
And then my second swing.
And another clean slice.
Normal roll.
As you slice in deeply inside, starts bleeding everywhere, but it's still alive.
And then my bonus action will be see that. No. I'm gonna wait. My bonus action will just be a plain old swing.
Okay. You hit. And with third
Oh.
swing, you cleave a whole piece of it off, but still it lives.
All right.
And after you've done all that, being this more or less mindless beast, it is going to attack you twice. One with its tentacles, and one with its bite.
All right.
But you definitely dodge both attacks. The grub is then going to move. Let me see. It has it's got decent movement. All right, so it's going to move in and attack. It's only got the one bite, but when it hits hard. But with a 24, does that hit you?
24 is exactly what it needs, but hold on, I'm switching.
All right,
There
so
we
you
go.
bring up your shield,
That's my
magic
reaction.
shield, and block the attack. All right, Darcy. Do you have
Yeah.
connection? Can you see everything?
I do have connection. I can see stuff.
All right, so you can see that there are multiple grubs and carrion crawlers inside that have moved in since you last been here. Cyclonin and Judge have entered the fray. What are you going to do?
He's going to assess the situation and then pull out some ranged magic. Because why not?
Nice. You can move on up to the door if you want. I don't know if you can see better.
I can see one of the grubs as is.
Okay.
That one.
All right, what are you doing to it?
Smack it with an Eldritch Blast.
Okay. So you have 3 of them. First one hits. Second one hits. Third one hits. Its AC is 13. Okay, so 4 damage, 7 damage, and 9 damage. So all 3 of your bolts sear the creature, but it is still quite robust.
Chunky. I'll move up a little bit.
All right.
Yep. And stay right here.
All right. And turn it ready. The heck? I don't know why I did that, so all right. So the carrion crawler drops to the ground and then proceeds to move toward Judge. And it positions itself to get flanking and attacks. But even with its flanking maneuver, Judge still dodges easily.
Oh, can't touch me.
One of the grubs moves up and to attack the Earth Elemental.
Oh, that hit.
But it just bites the ground instead. Another carrion crawler drops to the ground and moves to bite Judge, who is flanked. And however, Judge is still a dodging machine and refuses to. All right. Gizzard, you can see that everybody has joined the fray. You can see a number of carrion crawlers and grubs. So what are you going to do?
I'm gonna move. And y'all think we need a haste for this fight? Or should I not waste my spell slot on this?
Well, if these guys are here, we're probably gonna fight more. If you think you can handle the spell slots, then I don't see why
Sure.
not. But that's kind
It'll
of
be chill.
a 50 toss here.
Yeah.
This is probably the extent of our battling for today. So anything past here could be an
Understood.
issue for the future.
Twin casting haste then on the Earth Elemental and Judge.
Where is hasted? There it is.
Brilliant.
All right. You are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn.
How appropriate that that's Darcy.
So for some reason, Darcy has become intensely frightening to you.
Be afraid.
God damn. Okay, I'm gonna run this way. Stay away.
You don't necessarily have to move. You just can't. I mean, you can if you want, but you just can't get closer.
I mean, I'm good over here.
All right, that works too.
Yep. Thematically.
Power before me.
Wow, before me. All right. Earth Elemental, you are surrounded. What are you going to do? But you're also hasted.
All right, well, let's not be too hasty.
And this creature up here is bleeding profusely. With chunks
Well,
missing.
It does seem like there are too many carrion crawlers. So I'm going to go ahead and just reach over Grudge and the grub and just punch the thing.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and grab me a character sheet. Roll my attack.
Now you hit. And with 20 damage, you splatter the creature. You just smash it into a pulp.
All right. Let's see. what do I want to do next? I'm gonna go ahead and attack this grub that's being a little inconvenient here.
Okay. All right, 27, you hit. All right, you smash him for 21 points of damage, and yet he's just bloodied. Oops, did not mean to move the owl.
Well, this thing does not seem to be particularly dexterous. I'm gonna try and grapple the thing.
All right. You do so.
All right. Now that I've got it grappled, I want to go ahead and move it right here into the corner.
All right. You do so.
All right. And
So that's part of your movement. Basically, 1, 2, 4 squares of movement.
okay. I think that is going to be the end of my turn.
All right, Judge. You can see that the bloodied grub is grappled and out of your hair. The carrion crawler that was attacking you before is now just a splatter. What are you going to do? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Or at least I can't.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Gavel will fly.
Uh-oh.
I think he got disconnected.
He'll be back eventually, I'm sure.
I guess it's one of those nights.
Sorry about that. My phone was throwing a fit. All right. Gavel will fly up and flap in this carrier crawler's face and deftly avoid the tentacles as he flies back out.
Okay.
And then I will whirling dervish into this carrion crawler. First attack will be the booming blade. Come on, do the thing. Here we go.
Okay, that's a hit. Okay, so slice into it for 12 points of damage.
And then
Booming blade thunderously does 8. And you can see the creature's tentacles kind of all crawling your direction.
and my second swing is
Hit.
haul into him.
For
Come
slice,
on.
do another slice, another 8 points.
All right. And there will be my bonus action.
And you hit. All right, for another 9 points, the creature is bloody.
Come on. And my hasted action.
Okay. Crit. Can you take him out?
Yes. Come on, don't roll
With
a
17 points of damage, you slice him in half.
All right. And then I shall move here, here, and here. not actually leaving the carrion crawler's space, so I should still be good.
Alright. Okay, the grappled grub is going to try to bite the arms of the grappler. But with a 2, it can't get its teeth to get a good grip. Alright, Darcy, you can see that another carrion crawler has bit the dust. What are you going to do?
Move slightly so I can see better.
You can see this carrion crawler is still at full health.
Gonna blast it.
Okay, hit. You hit. And you hit. One damage. One damage.
My goodness.
And you got one more roll. One more attack roll.
That's so sad. Please. Come on. That is just awful.
And
Ugh.
a 7. So 9 points total.
Gross.
You hear this weird noise, clicking noise, but you realize after a moment that it's laughter. Alright, carrion crawler is going to bite at Judge. And tentacle Judge. That's just the way it rolls. But with those rolls, Judge dodges easily, so no problem. Alright, the grub over here is going to bite at the elemental. It gets a crit. So the elemental takes 38 or half of that piercing damage.
Something's down to 90. All right.
They do bite hard when they do finally hit. All right, Gizzard. You can see that there is a carrion crawler and 2 grubs still alive. What are you gonna do?
Gonna move closer, but not too close to the demon over there. And
The demon,
try and
okay.
shoot this carrion crawler.
All right.
Can I see it from here, technically?
It looks like it's got partial cover, so it'd get +2 to its AC.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think you can move forward like that. Yeah, if you're still frightened of Darcy, you have to stay. You can't get closer. You can move laterally away.
Actually, let me double check that.
At
Only
all.
lasted until the end of your turn, right?
The next turn, I think.
Oh, next turn. Okay, got it. So he's right.
Yeah,
Yep.
Well, all right. Then
So I guess you're just gonna cower.
I'm terrified. That's my turn.
Fair enough. All right, so now it's over. All right, Mr. Elemental, you can see the grubs are still alive. The grub you're holding is tempted to bite you, but failed. What are you gonna do?
All right. Let's see. That thing's already got some damage on it. I'm gonna go ahead and just slam this grub that I'm holding.
Yep. You hit. .22 damage. You just slam him into the ground, but he still refuses to die.
Well, and I've got another slam where that came from. Slamming.
You hit. You slam him in the wall, and he just scorches.
All right, and I've got a bonus action attack still, so I am going to, well, not a bonus action attack, the haste attack.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and attack the carrion crawler.
All right.
At advantage.
Oops, I have to roll again.
Yeah, that might be a 20.
Okay, you hit.
Or not.
Or 12. Slam him for 12 points. Here's some cracking.
All right. And just for the heck of it, to inconvenience the grub, I am going to try and use my bonus action to shove the thing.
Okay.
Not like that's going to do anything of practical value, but I can do it, so why not?
Alright, so saving throw. It makes it. So
Dang.
you try to shove it, but it just doesn't move.
Yeah, well, good thing that wasn't important to do that. All right, well,
Yeah, that's where it gets critical.
that's my turn.
Alright, Judge. You can see there's a grub and there's a carrion crawler. What are you going to do?
I'm just gonna open up on this carrion crawler. Just the blades a flying. First swing will be a booming blade.
Okay, you hit.
Okay, and here's my slice.
Alright, 9 points of
And
damage.
here's
Just slice into it.
thunder
And
damage.
your booming blade thunders for 13. But the thing is still alive.
My second swing will just be
You hit.
just throwing dice. Come on.
Another 12 points of damage. Finish it off.
I will now go ahead and move right up to.
Oops, did not mean to do that.
Here.
Alright, you are flanking
Yeah,
the
that looks
grub.
about right. I'm going to hasted action attack the grub.
Okay. You hit. For another 9, slice into the grub.
And bonus action attack, and that'll be it.
You hit again. And slice more deeply this time for 14 damage. But the grub is still not even bloodied yet.
Kind of look over the grub at this giant stone
Alright,
cat and smile
Demon
and
Darcy,
nod.
what are you going to do?
Well, she's gonna move forward. She's gonna know what's going on.
You see the blood of the fallen and a single grub.
Might as well pop a few off at it. Pew pew.
Don't you mean pew pew pew?
Yes.
Okay, you hit. You hit. And you hit. Alright, 5 damage. 8 damage. 3 damage. That was so much better than your previous attack.
Oh, I know.
The grub is now bloodied.
Well, I did my job. Limited slightly more hurt.
So the grub isn't sure who to attack anymore, so I'm gonna roll a d6. 1 through 3 is Earth Elemental, so that's what he's doing. With a 26, it hits. And does 20 piercing damage. Alright, so this grub's kind of biting chunks out of the, small chunks out of the elemental. So, Gizzard, what are you going to do? You are no longer afraid of Darcy. Or are you?
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I move forward. I'm no longer terrified.
Right.
Yes.
of the. I don't even know why I was scared. I'm so sorry. Then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast.
Go for it. You have 3 beams.
Anyway,
First one hits.
So we
Second one
started
hits.
blasting.
And third one hits.
blam.
Can you finish it off? So 10 points of damage. That's a good start. 7 points of damage. And another 10 points of damage. Oh
There
no,
you go.
13 damage. I'm sorry. I wasn't giving you all of those, so I'm going to go ahead and make this 16 to make up for the difference. All right, there you go. So the grub is still alive, but just barely.
Finish him.
All right, the grub is nearly dead. Cyclonin, what are you going to do?
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and bring a stony fist straight down on top of what passes for a head.
Okay. You hit. Can you finish it off? With 16 points, you definitely do, since it had 8 left. You smash it into a pulp, and that ends the combat. Alright, so you see that you've killed the creatures that kind of moved into this area. So, what are you going to do next?
More of these creatures are in here.
Yes, we should be a bit careful.
That sound was me unlocking a door that shouldn't have been locked.
Blood. Where is the lunch you're supposed to be cooking?
Long, long gone.
Struggle. Oh, I don't have a view with the elemental.
That's weird. I thought we did that already. Oh, it's the dark vision that's missing. There you go.
Oh. Well, actually, let me verify something then. Yeah, it does have dark vision. Okay, yeah, and the tremors. That's
Yeah, it was just me missing adding it, that's all. Alright, so you see the kitchen, you can see the skeleton. The kitchen is otherwise as you remember it from last time you were here.
just making sure nothing got in there, crunching on the ruined table.
Darcy, you look forward, you can see the door at the end of the hall is open, but otherwise the room you were looking at is still in bad shape, but you see one of the skeletons, but otherwise unchanged. Judge, you can see the spiral stairs heading downward.
Yep, I will just kind of wait here. I believe this is
Darcy,
where we are heading.
go. I have everybody stop. So, Darcy, you guys can roll initiative. Darcy found another grub.
Lucky me, I found a worm.
All right, everybody, go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
I mean, you guys don't know anything's wrong yet. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and roll. I had it paused. You guys don't know anything's wrong yet, but we'll see what Darcy does in her turn. Gizzard, go ahead and roll just in case.
I'm going.
Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and pass by Gizzard, and Judge and their elemental because they don't know what's going on yet. So, Darcy, you come across the grub, and it notices you, but you notice it first. So what do you do?
I found another one.
This is what you guys hear echoing through the halls. Alright? Alright, so what do you do next, Darcy, if anything?
Kablooey.
Alright.
It can't open doors. It doesn't have hands.
Alright, fair enough. You can hit and turn when you're ready.
Yep.
Alright, so from behind you, you hear something thumping against the door.
That's right. That's what you get for not having thumbs and hands.
All right, Gizzard, you heard Darcy yell out that she found a grub. So what are you gonna do?
Where did I hear the voice from?
Oh, sorry, you heard it coming from this direction.
Cool. Also, could you turn on the dark vision thing for me? Because I think currently
Oh, is it not on? Okay, no problem.
I'm gonna run over.
Vision 60 update. Oh wait, let me make that dark vision.
I like how even though I rolled a 15 for initiative, due to the way the circumstances work, I effectively am last in initiative order.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Uh,
So you see Darcy. You don't see any
Well-
grubs though.
I'm assuming behind this door.
Okay.
So,
You could ask her.
huh?
You could always ask her.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Darcy, where's the grub?
It's in that room. It's at the door, so be careful when you open it.
Okay. I'm just gonna let someone else open this door and take opportunity attack if something steps here.
So you're gonna hold your action until you see the grub.
Yes.
All right. So what's your action gonna be when you see the grub?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Hit enter and ready.
Cool.
All right, Judge. You heard you heard Darcy from this direction on the other side of the wall here that she found a grub. You see Darcy in the hall, but no grub. However, you're probably close enough that you can probably hear the grub thumping from behind this
Oh,
door.
he can't hear you. Yeah, he disconnected.
Oh, okay.
And so we wait.
I really got to figure out why that's doing that. As the judge steps in, he's like, "Did you say you had the problem?"
There is a grub behind that door. It is already trying to break free.
Now that you're close enough, you can hear a thumping sound against the door.
Just out of curiosity, how long has it actually been
Since when?
since the last
Has it
fight
been
ended?
less than a minute?
Oh, since your previous fight? You guys kind of walked
Yeah,
around, so it's probably been more than a minute. But just a
Okay.
few minutes.
Are you two ready?
As I'll ever be.
Yeah.
I think you're out of movement, right? So how much movement did you have? Because it was yellow. So I
30.
think I think you already moved past your regular movement. So you can dash to get there, but you won't be able to attack.
All right, where should I be then for my regular movement?
I think back where Gizzard is, so probably would put yourself right here.
Oh,
So
10,
the square just
5,
north of Gizzard.
5.
Unless you dash.
Oh, it
Here?
should be a little further because doesn't the Blade Song grant an extra 10 feet?
Oh, does it? Then
Yeah.
you can have one more square of movement then. So go ahead and move one more square. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
There you go.
So I'll be up to there then, but
Again, you can dash if,
Yeah,
you,
okay.
if you want to. That was just your first action.
I will look behind me. I will go ahead and dash over to the door here, and I'll do kind of a little whistle. And even though I cannot see him, I'm sure Gavel is somewhere close by.
All right. Let me find him. Where did he go?
He was down by the door after battle. I mean,
Yeah, I think
I
he
didn't get a
might have
chance
got
to move
deleted
him up with
somehow.
me.
Oh, no, he is. Never mind. I got him. All right. Gavel shows up.
Cool. All right, Gavel. Look at those two, and I will get ready since I can't actually open it yet. I'll give time for our stony friend to get here too.
All right. So you also heard Darcy yelling over this direction. So what are you gonna do?
All right. 20. All right. Well, seeing where Judge is positioned, I'm going to make some assumptions here.
Yep. Given your size, I'm gonna call the doorways rough terrain because you have to really squeeze your way through.
Mm-hmm.
So it just means it takes an extra square movement.
All right. Now let's see. So that's kind of okay. Hello. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. Oh, you had triggered the door that way somehow? Because, see, I'm only moved 25. It looks like it's
No, I didn't
not
trigger
that
the door.
big.
I was just telling you that counts as rough terrain.
Okay. I'm going to use feline agility to 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, I'll move. Well, I'll go here. I'm just going to go ahead and shove the door open.
Okay.
All right, perfect. I am going to go ahead and do 2 slam attacks.
You hit. And you do 25 damage. So yeah, so what appears to have happened is that you hit again. As the grub kind of went into the door, into the room, it somehow managed to get the door to close behind it, and then got itself stuck when Darcy escaped. So it is now bloodied.
All right. Let's see. All right. That should be good enough for the time being. So yeah, I'll just take position right here and call it a day.
All right, Darcy, you know where the grub is. What are you gonna do? It is bloodied.
Well, I can't really see it good. There we go. Pew pew.
Okay, those both hit. You got one more though, and that one hits. So basically, anything but a 1 hits on for you on these guys. All right, so 9 damage. 9 damage. And 3 damage. So a pretty decent hit as your blast scores several marks on the creature. Hit it.
Didn't Gizzard say he was readying an attack?
He did. So Gizzard, go ahead and do your ready to attack. Okay, a hit. A hit. And a hit. Oh, oops, sorry. The thing is dead. There. I didn't mean to move it. I was just trying to click on it, but there you go. Alright, so you've killed the creature, Gizzard. However, you can hear movement to the north. So let me go ahead and get those guys in there real quick. That's the end of the round. Alright, so Gizzard, it is your turn again. And you can, as you killed the creature, as you took your opportunity, your reaction, I'm sorry, your readied action, you hear a bunch of movement coming from the end of the hall. What do you do?
Well, so I already took my action.
So you took your held action. Now it's your regular turn.
Well, should I haste? I'm thinking of hasting.
Oh yeah, because he is not hasted yet.
I'm just gonna haste the Earth Elemental.
Okay, he is hasted again.
Thank you, Gizzard.
No problem.
Feel more energized.
Any flammable object that you touch that isn't being worn or carried by another creature bursts into flames.
Brilliant.
So you should really shake people's hands. All right, Gizzard, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right, hit enter and ready. Okay, Judge. The grub has been killed by Gizzard, but you can hear movement and noises from the end of the hall. So what do you do?
From the end of the hall up here. Well, let us see how we are doing.
Approach, you see three
Yep.
grubs starting to move because they heard the sounds of battle, or at least felt the sounds of battle.
Coming up to the door. He's just gonna kind of sigh, point his finger.
Oops. All right. Let me roll for their thing, which I'm sure they'll succeed handily.
Oh, one did.
Well, one did, yeah. All right, roll damage.
I noticed you didn't ask what size the room was.
So 26 damage for the first one, 26 damage for the last one, and 13 damage for the middle one. And your fireball filled the whole room, and so you're pretty sure there are no other creatures alive in there, other than the three you see.
All right. I will go ahead and hold there. That's my spell. I do not have a proper bonus action right now.
Okay, first grub comes up and attacks you. Your
Oh,
Hey.
I forgot to ask. Is it like a full action or a bonus action or a free action to shut the door?
to what? Shut the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a free action if you're only doing one interaction.
Can I do that then?
All right,
Into my
so
turn?
it's pounding on the door. All right, you see that Judge stepped up, cast fireball, and then slammed the door. So what are you gonna do?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move forward 5, 10, 15. I'm going to go ahead and open the door.
Okay, you should just click on it.
I can't because while I have the reach, the system doesn't know that I do.
Fair enough. All right, door's open. What are you gonna do?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and attack the thing.
All right, you hit. So 14 damage. You smash it. Crit.
Nice.
So 29 damage. Big damage now, but it's still alive.
All right, well, I've got a hasted action. I am going to use it to close the door.
Okay. Hit enter and ready. Okay. So the grub is going to move, and it's going to ready in action. All right, Darcy. Everybody keeps running up, attacking, and closing the door. So what are you gonna do?
Well, if it works for them, might as well. Gotta get up to where they are, though.
Oh, is it not letting you move? Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
You can move past the elemental and get right next to the door if you want.
Okay, I was just gonna say I can't. He's really big. Can I get through?
Yeah, he is an ally, and so yeah, we'll say you can. All right, so you open the door. So before you do anything, the grub that held the action to attack anything that opened the door is going to attack you. However, you dodge and go ahead. What are you gonna do?
Rude. I'm going to. Damn it! Put away.
Okay. So you're gonna affect those two, no problem. Constitution's not terrible, so they may make this, or maybe not.
The attack
Nope.
was terrible, so it doesn't matter.
Alrighty, so you did 6 damage, which is full damage, so not quite enough to kill, but enough to hurt a little. So you spent your free action to open the door. You spent your action to do your stuff. You only get the one free action though, so
What? I don't get a bonus action?
you do. I guess technically you can use the bonus action. That's fine. We'll say you use your
Yep. Bonus action to shut the door.
Okay.
That's all.
Fair enough. All right, hit me. Ready? All right.
Unfortunately, our next dungeon is just going to be archways. There's not going to be a single door.
Sorry, say that a little louder.
Sorry, I was just joking. I said our next dungeon is going to be just archways, not a single door.
There you go. All right, Gizzard, you're way down the hall. The door is closed. You know there's things on the other side. What are you gonna do?
Walking. Wait a minute. The door is closed. I see. I'm gonna wait back here and take a ready to attack for when that door opens on the spot.
Okay. Hit
And
turn
let
ready then.
them deal with the rest.
All right, Judge, what are you gonna do?
All right. I will use my free action to open the door.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Use my
Okay,
free
use your free action to open the door.
open the door.
You see 2 grubs. One's almost dead.
I will go ahead and swing hard at this first grub. Or wait. Gavel will fly over here to the corner, giving
Okay, so you're attacking the this grub here.
This guy here. Well, he's giving the help action for that grub. I'm going to attack this one with one
Fair
swing,
enough.
this one with the other. So my first swing. Come on.
You hit.
Alright. Come on.
All right, with 12 points of damage, you slice through the grub.
Okay. And my second swing, cross swing, is going to be against that guy with the booming blade.
You hit. Because one was not a 1. Or one of those is not a 1.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Basically, hit on everything but a 1. Okay.
Good thing I had that advantage.
Yep, exactly. 8 points of damage. So you slice, and your boom goes off for 22 points of thunder
nice.
damage. The creature is now more than bloody,
Alright, that was
or less than bloody.
alright, that was my free action, my attack, and
Okay.
there's my bonus action.
All right. The door is once again closed. You know one grub is dead, the other is bloodied. What are you going to do?
Yeah, there wasn't actually a need to close the door again.
Oh, sorry, my
Well,
mistake.
too late now.
Well, I'm gonna make Judge open it for me.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Hold action.
There you go. So that was your free action.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and start pummeling this grub.
You hit him for 16 points of damage, doing half of what it had left, but it's still alive. And you hit again. Can you finish it off? You do. For 20 points of damage.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, I guess. Oh, there's the grub. All right. I'm not gonna make it easy for it to move around, so I'm gonna move to here, and I'm gonna go ahead and use my hasted action to attack it.
All right.
Nice.
And you hit. For 18 points of damage, you smash it, but it's still alive. It is bloody.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, Darcy. The you saw Cyclonin attack something, but you can't see what he attacked from there. You get around and you see the bloodied grub in the corner.
Pew pew.
First one hits. Second one hits. Third one hits. So 4 points of damage. 9 points of damage. And 3 points of damage. The grub is scorched but still alive. So the grub is going to move to there and then attack the earth elemental. But with that kind of roll, earth elemental is just going to shrug it off. Alright, people have now entered the room. What are you going to do?
Walk forward a bit. See if I can find these grubbies. Okay, I'm gonna shoot that grub with an Eldritch Blast.
Alright.
This one, to clarify.
You hit. You hit. And you hit. Alright, 6 points. Oh, sorry, 9 points. And then 13 points, and it's dead.
Ooh.
Alright, so we'll go ahead and end the combat. So you've come in and you've finished off the rest of the grubs. At least for now, I'm going to go ahead and change the grid back to gridless. And so as the last grub gets blasted, what do you do next?
All right.
It is surprising how
I
quickly
believe-
these things have moved in.
Yes. I believe we get to go downstairs now. So I want to check this place a little thoroughly.
I'm gonna go ahead and peek my head into all these doors as I go
All
by.
As you do that, you can see the rooms have all seen better days, but look empty of anything moving at least.
Ground zero.
Yeah.
You continue to look around. Everything is seen better days, but no more grubs or other creatures that you can see.
Okay, it seems that it was not that much of an infestation.
I could have sworn it was the Zorg, but I guess it was just some regular old giant insects.
I'll close that one. Library is forbidden. No wonder, because it looks like an OSHA disaster.
It sure is.
Alright, no drain grubs. I do not see any more creatures.
Darcy, you go and revisit a familiar but destroyed, worn down room.
Rip my old room.
As you can see, the pots and everything is broken with time, and you can see that the beds are falling apart. The water is empty. And to the south, you see one of the bodies.
Do I recognize the corpse?
As you approach, it was definitely a priestess, but you don't. There isn't enough of the clothing to tell it apart from the rest.
Hmm. Okay.
Well, shall we go below?
Might as well.
That is where I am.
Alright, so Cyclonin, you can go ahead and pop out your other token here. And I'll have to fix them again, because for some bizarre reason I haven't done that yet. 60, dark vision, go. And I think I have to do the same to you, right? So we need vision. Oh no, you're set up. I wonder why you weren't set up before. All right. So as you enter, you can you see the bodies that you were attempting to decurse below, and as you go around, you eventually make out the other dragon, um, the other dragon stone statue, the mouth still open, and water between you and it.
We did do all of the
Darcy, I'm assuming you're gonna turn on your lantern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woo.
All right. So what do you guys do?
I assume nobody wants to get wet, correct?
I think so.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the, 'cause this looks like a natural cave wall. I'll partially meld into it to the midpoint, and then I'll just reach over and grab each person and then put them on the on this ledge here.
Sure. Fair enough. So everybody can move yourself across. Let me find the notes I have.
Okay. Now, from what I remember, the tongue of this dragon, the offering bowl, is a smooth, round aperture, and it has a peg in the bottom, like 3 inches tall and 3 inches wide, correct?
Yeah. So that is really weird. Hold on. Let me try to. My things are gone. Sorry. Hold on. That is weird. Yeah, I had some note tokens on the map, but they are all gone. All right. Anyway, I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so you arrive. You see the mouth open. You can see the bowl with the protrusion in the bottom. So what do you do?
Okay, the protrusion in the bottom, that was a peg, right?
You're nearly inaudible.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, that protrusion in the bottom, that was like a round peg, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna reach into my backpack and I'm gonna pull out an object. And before I just set it in there, I'm gonna gauge it to make sure it's the exact right size for the
It looks
bowl.
like it is.
And yeah, the peg is right. And do I need to make a history or religion check here to figure out if I need to say anything to the black dragon before I place the stone in there for him?
You can give me a history check to see if you can think of anything or if you've read anything.
Okay. Come on. Move over. I will give myself a little guidance thinking about it, taking my time.
With 13, nothing comes to mind.
Well, I just kind of shrug and holding the black stone. It's like, uh, we bring this as an offering, Dark Dragon. Oh, I'm hoping you like it. I believe you will. And so I put the black stone into the slot. Stop.
So you set the stone down, and it fits almost like it's all shaped to be the same size and to fit together. And you hear a clicking noise, and then suddenly the stone jaws quickly slam shut. So as they're slamming shut, what do you do?
Um, when you say what do I do, is there like a
You're
like
basically
a get in my hand?
you've just put the thing in. Your arms are in there. You know you're still you're kind of just touching the orb, and you notice the jaws are quickly closing. So what do you do?
Okay, I'm getting my hands out of the way.
All right, go ahead and
Is
give
that an
me a
acrobatics?
dex save or acrobatics.
Yeesh.
Okay, with a 13, the DC was 10. So with a 13, you are able to jump backwards, get your arms out of the way as you hear the jaw slam shut. The ground shakes a little, and then right in front of the head, you can see the stone kind of lower and then slide open. And inside, you see a white mask with vaguely dragonoid features mixed with a human face. And just by looking at it, it looks like it would cover the face from the forehead to the mouth, and even past the bottom of the jawline, but with open eye sockets. So what do you do?
Ooh. The first thing I'm going to do is, before anybody touches it, do a sense divine objects.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna sense this is not a there's power here, but this isn't exactly a divine object. It's not something you can absorb.
Um, I will make an Arcana check to check for magical traps because I don't know how to do normal ones.
Okay.
I guess.
All right. So you look around and you kind of feel the flow of energy, and you feel like the mask is infused with arcane energy, but appears to somehow be blocking all of your arcane sense or reasoning. So the fact that it's blocking you is telling you it's full, it's powerful and it's full of arcane energy, but that you can't really tell anything about it.
All right. Um, Well, since I have to touch it anyway, if you don't mind, I will prepare myself just in case it goes bad. I will pick it up and get ready to be casting
All right, so you go and pick it
Identify.
up, and you notice that the word Cephas is etched into the bottom of the mask. You kind of see it as you lift it. And you notice that the sides of the mask have holes that are large enough to fit straps through, as if you're supposed to strap it to your head. There's no straps in there, obviously, but it looks like that's the way it's meant to be used. So I'm going to go ahead and make it visible here, and you can take it if you wish.
Come on.
Wow.
Mask of Cephas. Okay. I would like to go ahead and see if I can get. Oh, wait. Let me check. Do I need to check our notes? Do you want me to make a history check? What do I know of Cephas? Let's see. Handouts. Okay. Do I know? Do I need to make a history check for Cephas?
You can give me a history check, see if you've heard the name before, or read the name before, actually, more accurately.
Would it be a history or a religion? If it's something to do religious.
You don't know, but you have a good point. It could be either.
Okay. In that case, I might do both. I'll try and think if I remember it. I'll concentrate for a moment. Give myself some guidance.
So that is a history check. So you did see the name Cephas before when you were reading about Erminig, but unfortunately it was very sparse on details. But there's apparently a being called Cephas that lived in Erminig, but the nature of this being wasn't recorded.
All right.
But
I
clearly that being made things.
Yeah. And made things of great power, even though they're not divine. That is okay. I will go ahead, and if everybody's all right, I will identify.
Okay. You cast Identify, which takes 10 minutes for your ritual casting, right?
Yeah, I'll ritual cast
Okay.
it.
So you
Myself
cast
slow back.
Identify, and like I said before, the something is blocking probing. You do get a little bit though. The when the mask is worn, or the mask is meant to be worn. Of course, you've probably figured that already, but it's connected to Erminig somehow. There's something about the magic that something about the magic that tells the spell that somehow there's some connection there, but it's blocking you from learning more.
All right. Well, if something bad happens, please grab my stuff, yes? I will go ahead and hold the
No
mask up to my face.
promises.
I will go ahead and hold the mask up to my face.
You hold it up, and as you do so, it feels kind of awkward. It's really heavy. Um, but you can see through it clearly enough. It's like it does block a lot of your vision because it's like wearing goggles or something. Um, but otherwise, it doesn't seem to do anything. You suspect that outside of Ermenega probably won't do anything.
Okay. I will put it in my bag and, well, That was a bit easier than I thought. Hopefully, it will be helpful in the future. Yes. And just kind of, pa, 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 pa. Thank you for coming. Show's over.
Oh, the show most definitely is not over. We've
No,
got 2 curses to lift.
we did not yet do that. Oh, we must go do that.
I
So
had to
yeah,
wait until
we'll
we
go
were
back
done
and do.
with this, unless everyone wanted to get wet in the bone soup.
No.
Noticing that Gizzard, oh, never mind.
I'm coming.
All right. So, Gizzard, I am curious. What sort of spells do you have at your disposal? I mean, I know about the haste and the enlargement.
We had to have cast it the other two
Hello.
times because I'm down the 400 gems and diamonds.
What'd you
Did
say?
I
Maybe you
just give you?
preemptively marked it off, but I didn't have enough spell slots for it.
He cast it
Okay.
twice, not 4 times.
Okay. Well, in that case, I preemptively marked it off. I'm sorry. Just so you know, it's paid for.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
As you start moving forward, something feels off. Um, but you can definitely see the some churning in the water, and the skeletons that are closest to you, the ones that you have not uncursed. You could swear you saw one of them move slightly.
Let me see something here. It is a touch spell. There seems to be something wrong with the water, and I could swear I saw some of the bones move.
Hmm. Well, I've got your back. If you need to get your paws on them to put them at peace.
Okay, so as you move, go ahead and stop where you are. As you move, you notice that the 2 skeletons in front of you stand up, and 2 skeletons stand up from the water. You can see that this black mist and the red armor forms, and they move their hands, and dark miasma form blades. So I'm gonna go ahead and have you guys roll initiative. Let's see, you two, and then I'll have to turn the grid on. So let me do that. Okay, and then I'll get these guys going.
I accidentally rolled twice somehow.
You did. So we're gonna take the higher roll just for fun. Darcy, go ahead and roll. And for you two, I'm gonna go ahead and move you to the nearest squares. Sorry if that messes up your vision a little. There you go.
At least not last, although pretty darn close.
All right, Judge. So you saw a Cyclonan start to move forward, and the skeletons rose from the water, and the 2 closest skeletons stood up. You can see they're infested with these magical blades, and you recognize them as being the same kind of skeletons that you just fought at the bone pile. So what do you do? But there's only 4 of them this time, fortunately.
Checking my inventory, I'm actually burning my first attack. Darn it, I am. And I am stuffing my ears so I can't hear nothing.
Okay, so you spend. So that's basically you spend your action doing that.
Yeah,
So you
I
still have
assumed you
movement.
would make that my action.
Yep.
All right. My movement is going to be stay right there at Cyclonan's back, and Gavel is going to fly forward, put the help action on that guy, and then fly back away.
Okay. Hit end turn and ready. Okay, Darcy, you see that your favorite skeletons have risen. So what do you do?
Not this again. Hmm.
You're like, I'm just not messing around.
No, she's not. She's like, she just sees it and she immediately she's like, no. No, no, no. No.
Okay.
Nice placement.
So 2 succeed, 2 fail. Alright, and what was your damage? 23. Alright, so these guys will take 11. 11. 23. 23. Alright. And the statue cracks a little. Alright, hit enter and ready. You can still move though. You still have movement left. Alright, Gizzard. You can see 4 skeletons standing there, and I don't know if you heard the stories, but somehow you were too far away to experience them last time. So what do you do?
Well, let's do another twin casted haste, shall we?
Works for me.
On the same two.
Alright, so Judge and Cyclonin?
Hmm?
You can't speak for the next minute. Okay, so that means that includes spells with verbal components. So there you go.
Mm.
Alright, hit.
Don't you mean as the bubbles come out? Anyway, these are sleepy time skeletons. The last fight we had with these, there were a dozen of them, and they were all screaming with the sleep attack. Most of the fight, a good chunk of the party was asleep.
Alright, so still got to fix that check there. It's supposed to be, it says DC 15. So that will affect Judge first. Now, Judge, because you've already stuffed your ears, you have advantage on your con save, and your DC is only 10. So go ahead and give me that con save with DC with advantage.
Come on, come on.
And you succeed. Then the creature will use its movement to step forward, ready to attack next turn. All right. So the next skeleton will kind of move through the water, which counts as rough terrain. And
Now,
then
isn't this water like 30 feet deep? Is he really just dog paddling?
Oh yeah, you are correct. So he doesn't do that. He actually climbs up, which is rough terrain there. So that counts as 2 squares, and then it'll move. How many squares does he have? So we have 6. So he'll move over here, and then he will. We'll pick Darcy this time. So he'll scream at Darcy. Darcy, go ahead and give me a DC 15 con save.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a cheap shot or not, but does he have a clear shot at Darcy, considering me and
Yeah, it's just
Cyclonin are in
it's
the way?
just sound.
Okay.
As long as he can see enough of her to know she's
Oh
there,
yeah,
she can
that's right.
scream.
Yeah, as long as you can hear them. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, there are some systems that will give cover based on other characters, but D&D 5e isn't one of them.
So it's a Constitution save?
Yeah.
Yep, you remember this one. By the time you got up, you had to just leave.
Okay, with a
You're like, Piff,
14,
I'm out.
Darcy has fallen to the ground and she is sleeping.
Yeah.
She's also prone. where I always forget where prone is. There it is. So this is your first time, Gizzard. So you saw what happened. So you see she's now prone. All right. So the next one
Right.
spends 2 squares of movement to get out of the water. And then he is going to scream at Gizzard. So Gizzard, give me a DC 15 con save.
Please no.
You make it. So Gizzard
Cool.
is not unconscious.
Barely.
All right, Mr. Earth Elemental. The screaming has begun. So what do you do?
Well, as far as I know, this one I'm targeting is the one that Gavel distracted, so I'm going to go ahead and attack it first.
Okay. You hit. Actually, double check. Yeah. All right, 21 damage as you slam into the creature.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and do that again.
You hit. For another 18 damage.
Well, I've got a hasted action. I'm going to use it.
It is more than bloodied, so. And you hit. For 23 damage. I wasn't sure you were in able to kill it this time. You did. You smashed it back into pieces. It had 20 hit points left.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and advance on these guys.
All right.
Kind of cracking my bone knuckles. You're next.
They just look at you. All right. So this one here, he will use his multi-attack. So his 2 dread sword attacks against you. First one's a crit. Second one's almost a crit. So first one does 26 slashing. Second one does 11 for a total of 37.
All right, you said these ones were or weren't magical attacks.
They are magical attacks.
Okay.
All right, Judge. You can see that the Earth Elemental got tore up by the skeleton in front of him. So what are you going to do? Oh, and Darcy's asleep.
Oh no, we are not having this again. Not with that undead. As a bonus action,
Call forth Spirits of the Dead. Alright, till the spell ends, any attack you make deals an extra 1d8 damage, radiant, necrotic, or cold. So which type of are you going to choose? Judge. You get to choose radiant, necrotic, or cold. Do you have to choose when you...
Fell offline.
Oh.
can we hear me now?
Yes. Alright, so welcome
Okay,
back.
cool. Sorry
When you
about that.
cast a spell, you have to pick radiant, necrotic, or cold. So which one are you picking for damage?
Radiant.
Okay. So what do you do next?
With Certos in hand, that was my bonus action. I am
Yep.
hasted, so I've got a 26 AC. Whoopsh. Actually, can I do that, Jeremy? How does that work?
If you basically, if you can roll underneath them, or push past them. So either a acrobatics or a athletics, depending on what you're trying to do.
Oh, this will be acrobatics. I can run and leap off of my panther buddy's shoulder and flip over that guy and land behind him.
Sure, give it a shot.
Acrobatics.
Unfortunately, with actually, let me check his skill first. Let's see, that would be dexterity. Yeah. So unfortunately, as you get to jump at him, he manages to block your advance, so you wind up there.
Arg. Okay. I don't quite get close enough. Well, I still have my attacks.
Yep.
I'm going to haul off with all of my attacks.
Just so you
First
know, they
attack.
are vulnerable to radiant damage. So the extra damage die you roll, you get to roll. You get to double that whatever that damage is.
Awesome. All right. So my first is Certas. This will be the Booming Blade.
You hit.
All right. This is Certas damage.
Okay.
And then thunder damage.
Booming blade. All right, another 15.
And then
Then you get a
this
D8,
is
I think. Oh wait, at higher levels. Okay, you didn't cast higher levels.
so
did
double
you?
it. You
yeah.
said, or just multiply?
Yeah, just yeah, you roll
Roll
once and you
2d8?
multiply it by 2. That's the way vulnerability works.
All right. There we go. This will
16.
be 16 points.
Yeah, maximum. It's still kicking,
Yeah.
just barely. You almost took it out.
Second swing with Certas.
You hit.
All right. Normal damage. This is just the blade.
And with that 12 points, you take him out.
All right. Didn't even have to radiant him. I shall continue movement
Okay.
to here. Or do I need to move up one more? No, you can reach. Yeah, okay. So I will go ahead and step forward over his broken bones.
Yep.
And this will be my hasted action attack.
You hit. All right, so 8 points of damage. And then we get to double that for 12 for your radiant damage. So you cut, and your radiant damage is now caused him to become bloody. All right, hit enter and ready.
Can we hear me? Erg, I wish I knew why this was doing this. Okay, so that was my hasted action attack, and that's 12 points of radiance and 8 points of slashing.
That's right. I already marked it off.
Okay. Okay, and then my... No, because that was my bonus action to cast a spell. So, yep, that's it for
Yep.
me.
All right, Darcy, at the end of your turn, you can make another con save.
Here we go.
Oh, can Gavel... No. No, Gavel can't.
Nope.
He can, because I didn't
You're
use it.
out. So this is your second round out. If you get to 4, it becomes permanent. All right, hit. Yeah, you can just hit end turn. All right, Gizzard.
He's try to wake up Darcy.
Okay. I'm gonna try and wake up Darcy.
All right.
Shake Darcy awake.
So you spend your action doing that. What that'll do is it'll give her advantage next time it's her turn.
Okay.
All right, so that was your action. You still have your movement and bonus action.
I'm gonna stay here.
Okay, hit enter and ready then. All right, so the this guy here, he is going to. Yeah, he's just going to attack Judge. Forget it. He is going in.
Come at me. Yeah, Judge ain't having it. He don't like undead. Urgh.
And
Making
you
mean
dodge
face.
easily. All right. The next one, he is going to scream at Judge. So, Judge, you
Arr.
know how it works. DC 10 for you because of the earplugs. DC 10 con save with advantage.
Can as this skeleton is screaming, I just imagine that his jaw like extends larger than it should.
Sure.
Ah!
All right, you make it. That's his turn. All right, Mr. Earth Elemental, you can. This skeleton is bloodied. The other skeleton tried to put Judge to sleep. Darcy is still out. So what do you do?
All right. How deep was the water again?
30 feet.
Yeah, I think it was about 30 feet or something like that. It was pretty deep.
All right.
Judge made the right call there as far as the skeleton's dog paddling. All right, crit. I'd actually
Nice.
forgotten myself. All right, 27, which is exactly what you need to smash that skeleton.
All right. Now I'm going to up here and just going to crunch up on top of the statue here to get another position, and I'm going to go ahead and attack again.
Okay. That's it. 22 points of damage. You smash them. You hear bones cracking.
All right, and with my last slam,
You hit. Their AC is 15. All right, 22 points of damage. And it's still kicking. All right, Judge. There's one left. It's almost dead. What are you gonna do?
Wail in. Just wail in. First will be a boomer. Come on.
You hit.
Okay.
All right, for 9 points of damage.
That's 9. And then.
And your booming blade finishes it off.
14.
So that'll end the combat. But Darcy, you are still under the effects of this thing's ability. I'm assuming that Gizzard's going to be trying to wake you up each time, so you get 2 tries to wake up, or it becomes permanent. So give me con save until you succeed.
And
You get 2.
I was going to say Gizzard.
Yeah, he's right there. So she's going to help. So she has advantage both times.
Yeah.
So can you
All
get
right.
15 con save? You got 2 shots. All right, first try. There you go. All right, so you are up. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the grid here. All right, now that you've smashed the skeletons, you feel like the curse is still here, but the sense of wrongness has retreated a bit. You don't expect to be attacked. And I'm going to
I'm
move you
tired
Judge
of these
temporarily. There
stupid
you go.
skeletons. What is this curse
Goodness.
thing?
all right. Well, yeah, it was the 2 skeletons that were moving that were the
Yeah.
cursed ones. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and break elemental form here and turn back into my usual Kitty-Gato self.
Okay.
All right, and
Not that it changed anything now, but just as a for the future, the undead sense is listed as a passive ability. Does that mean?
Yeah. So basically, as you approach, basically the skeletons weren't taken over immediately. because the kind of the curse was there, and the curse came in and did it as you guys approached. So you
Okay.
would have sensed the undead, but as they're arising, as the curse is kind of taking them over anyway. So in this case,
Okay.
I didn't give you, really would have given you any advance warning.
All right.
All right, so I go ahead and take the remaining diamonds from Judge, and go ahead and cast the 2 greater restorations on those cursed skeletons.
As you cast the 2 greater restorations, you can feel the curse subside, and you get the sense that this time it's gone for good. So no more skeletons out of here. And you also get a sense, an echo, as it well, as it were, almost almost a thank you as the curse recedes, and you feel a pulse of power, and for a brief moment, this you feel divine energy filling you, and everybody gains 1 experience point.
Yay! I mean,
It pays
yay.
to backtrack.
I'm sorry. What just happened?
Everybody
an
gained
experience
1
point.
experience point as the curse was lifted and you were flooded with divine power.
So, do we need to
Cool,
put
cool,
that, or
cool,
did
cool.
you put that?
It should have
He did.
happened automatically.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome.
Well done.
Yes. Well, we knew we were
Strangely.
going to come back for the curse, but lucky I was able to remember that I had that orb. I wonder what we can find out about this mask.
And I thought you were going to say it was lucky that you still had some cheese.
Yes, I am definitely getting some normal earplugs, and I cantrip prestidigitation the cheese out of my ears again.
It drops to
No,
the
I'm
ground,
getting some
covered
earplugs.
in earwax and whatever else is in your ears.
Yeah, I just kind of get swept into the water. Blip, blip, blip. Ugh.
All right. So I'm going to advance some time. You guys are moving around and exploring and whatnot. And is there anything else you're going to do here, or are you going to go back to the world map?
World map, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think there's an. Well, actually,
Oh, sorry.
there's one thing I want to double check.
Yeah, you can just tell me. What are you going to do?
You'd mentioned that the statue cracked when Darcy cast the fireball at it. I just wanted to look and see if it seemed like normal damage or if it felt like there was anything about it that.
You're pretty sure it's just normal damage. Basically, the intensity of the fireball and the age of the skeleton caused a crack.
All right, well, just to be sure, I'd like to spend an in-game or in real-time hour poking and prodding this thing to no effect before we finally grudgingly move on when there's almost no time left.
Okay. You got
Yeah.
started.
Taking a short rest there?
No,
I
I said
definitely
real
did
time,
that.
not game time.
Oh,
I think he's attempting to make a joke.
yeah.
However, if you guys want to spend more time there, I can load that map up again.
No,
We're good.
Fair enough.
Right. So, I'm deleting that black crescent stone from my inventory, Jeremy, just so
That's
you know
right.
it'll be gone.
It's definitely still inside that dragon head.
All right. I don't know if you have a copy of it, but whatever it was is now totally gone.
No, that's fine. I have it. I have the item in my item list. So
Okay.
if you delete it, it's
Alright.
independent. It doesn't affect my copy of it.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Well, let me go ahead and pull up my map here for navigational purposes. So, are you still planning to do the donation today, or was that probably going to be for tomorrow?
What time of day is it?
It's still morning.
What?
It's not quite noon yet.
It is still possible to do it today. Why not?
Very well.
I am definitely ready for it.
All right. Well, in that case, I am going to. Wow, that is a surprisingly straight shot. Let's see how this works out. Start making my way southwest.
You make your way over the dead, foggy forest again.
How inviting.
Spooky forest.
Nah.
And yeah, you're coming across where the mountains get rather large, and I guess the vision gets flaky when you're flying right over it.
Okay, that's 20.
Oh. Yeah, that might be exactly a dead shot, huh?
Pretty close. There's Sepizis. So that's our first hour.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 20 minutes. Can land here. So yeah, call it about an hour and a half to make that flight.
Okay. Go ahead and move you into Katniss then. So it is now just barely, but it's now afternoon. So you show up at the gate. So what do you do?
Time to go to the poor side of town.
So there's definitely a kind of poorer section inside the walls. You've been there before. However, you guys just recently discovered that outside the walls where that house is, there's a bunch of shacks and an even poorer section that you didn't even know existed.
Well, let's go to the destitute side of town. Since there's poor and even poorer, let's go to destitute. They'll appreciate the pennies more. They'll get more bread.
Okay, so we'll say you head your way there. It takes you another 20 minutes to get there. So by the time you get there, it's about 12:30. As you arrive, some of you have seen this place already when you were following a certain kid, but the rest, but you see basically a whole bunch of shacks, worn down, almost entirely wooden buildings that are very much at odds with the nicely, covered, red roofed buildings inside with, white sides and all that. And you can see parts of the area out here are flooded, where there isn't very good drainage. You can see other areas where the structures are kind of falling apart. So you do get the sense that those who can't afford to live in the city wind up out here eventually. All right, so what do you do?
All right.
Time to draw a crowd.
All right. You'll be drawing the crowd. I have 14,860 bronze mithna and 880 small mithna to be helping distribute to the poor. And I will let Darcy take the lead. I was just able to, here's the stuff.
Right, because you've already gathered it all for this
Yeah.
event.
Because the bags of Kleenex let me
Yep.
me carry it all. Otherwise,
Yep.
it was very heavy.
All right.
All right, so you gather all this money together. So how are you approaching it? Are you just playing music? Are you going door to door? Are you trying to get people's attention? What are you doing?
You know how like you kind of have like I guess it would be a marching band kind of thing where you you sing out to the people to gather attention, but in calling out, it is very much a
Geezard. Hey, Geezard.
Yeah.
Geezard. Hype man. With the hype.
Hype man with the hype.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll be your hype man.
No, that was you. I'm holding all the money.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'll be the hype man.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm gonna get everyone's attention. Everyone.
Yep.
You gotta hear this.
He'll stand up.
Craziest thing you've ever seen. Heard. Same thing.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead and give me a performance check.
Okay.
Yo, peeps, where your bronze Mithna at? It's right here.
All right, so you go start
Right.
running around trying to get people's attention, and you can definitely see people, coming out of their shacks, and some people, are kind of ignoring the group, kind of tentatively approaching. You can see a note of caution as they do so. However,
Wow.
one kid kind of runs right up, um, having recognized certain figures, having recognized Conglomerate and Cyclonin. Actually, he saw the rest of the group as well. Um, and the kid runs right up to you, Cyclonin. And he says, "What's going on?"
Hmm.
You recognize this is the kid from the alley.
Well, I hear there are people that are in need of assistance.
Yeah, we can use as much as we can get. I mean, look around. And he kind of gestures.
Well, just pay attention to the festivities.
Okay. All right. So you gather a crowd. So what do you do next?
Time to hand out money. As also, it's like a live performance with thrown out goodie bags, more or less.
Okay, you can go ahead and give me a performance check then for your performance then. Okay, with a 30, your performance.
Did the hype man give her any bonus?
Yeah,
I mean, I
he's the
also
one
have my
who drew
plus.
the crowd to begin with. But anyway, yeah. So you got everybody in there. So with a 30, you could draw even more of a crowd, and the people are utterly loving the performance. What kind of music are you playing?
Cheerful, happy, upbeat, definitely festive.
So you can
Festive
see
music.
people dancing in the streets. You can see kids running around, screaming and playing. Which, when you first arrived, the dirt roads out here were empty. Everybody was basically in their shacks. But now everybody seems to be out and treating it like it's festival day. So
As
yeah,
they
you
should.
definitely get a lot of attention, and especially the adults who come up to the crowd. So now that you're playing, you got everybody's attention. Are you handing out money, or what are you doing?
I think so. We hand out. Someone do the math. How many? Roughly,
What
how
kind
many
of math
people
you
do we
want
have
there? I
around?
got all of it.
So there's probably around 100 people.
All right, someone do that math real quick. What is the equivalent of?
All right.
This is enough for a meal in copper and small Mithna kind of deal.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. 1, 4. Jeremy, did you say there was?
I think he said there was 100 people, 100 people or something like that.
Yeah.
Here you go. All right, 100 people. All right, so every person, that's every man, woman, and child, get 148 bronze Mithna. That's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And that's
they,
not
they,
even the
they
small
make
Mithna.
multiple trips. But
So yeah, do you want to
clearly
give
they're
all of
willing
that
to
out
do
here
it.
to these 100 people? Yeah.
You know
Do
what?
you want
They
to
need
give
it the
all of
most.
that
Yeah,
out to these 100 people? Okay.
they can't even
And
afford to live
then,
inside. So yeah.
You know
all
what?
right, so every man, woman, and child gets 148
What's Gizzard
bronze
doing?
Mithna and
I'm
8
throwing
small
money in.
Mithna.
Said you're throwing money in?
Oh,
Yeah. Take 400 small
Oh.
Mithna.
All right.
So
400 small
small
Mythna. Hold on one
okay.
second.
400.
And Tyler, what were you doing?
All right. I had 880 small Mythna plus 400 is 1280 small Mythna.
Right.
So 1280
So
divided
roughly
by
12.8
100 people.
then.
All right. So yeah, everybody got 148 bronze Mythna and 12 small Mythna. And
Yeah,
the
from
rest will
what
just
you
kind of get
are
filtered in
able to
somewhere.
gather, that would be. It's not a huge number of real Mythna, but it's definitely enough to that everybody can get at least some basic food and that kind of thing. So it's definitely will give everybody a big shot in the arm when it comes to gathering food.
Yeah, well,
Well, there you go. That's what
um,
we wanted to do.
yeah. I think it's 5 copper pieces for, like the basic ration, so they should have plenty of money for food and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it'll definitely help a lot when it comes to the food situation.
Okay. Also, while that's going on, I don't know what kind of perception check you would like me to make, but I'm looking for the injured and diseased. The people who are sick, the people who are paralyzed, the
Okay.
blind.
Yeah, so they're out of the 100 people, I would say probably about 20 of them that you see are injured or diseased in some way. One of the
Um,
things that you
Well, to clarify specifically, we're talking about blind, deaf, paralyzed, or poisoned people. Blind, deaf, or paralysis probably the practical ones for this purpose.
okay, well
or
we'll say
diseased,
about
because
half
it
of
does
those
take
then,
that
so
too.
probably about 10 of them.
Well, yeah, that as
All
well.
right. Then I will, yeah, or diseased. I will take the 6 worst looking cases and very nonchalantly, as long as I'm within range, use an object, so I'm not actually casting a spell, to go ahead and heal them.
Okay. So yeah, you do so, and you definitely see them. Actually, go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage because
Okay.
of the crowds.
And everybody's paying attention to the cash. Excellent. One stealth
Yep.
with
Stealth with
advantage.
advantage.
Come on,
Okay, yeah, with 21, you were able to do so, and nobody, because you're using it from the crystals rather than casting a normal spell, there's no incantation or anything, so yeah, you're able to do that without anybody realizing what's happening, kind of like brushing against them in the crowd and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You do see them reacting later on, it's like, wait, what happened? I was near, where's the cough? Or, where, wait,
I feel better.
yeah, it's like, I can see. You can hear someone, I can see. And so
That
forth. So, yeah, you definitely
that's
see. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's probably a really good cue for Darcy to sing about the wonderful gods that we are.
Yeah, you know what? She mentions like, something something. The fruits of those the one. What are we calling ourselves?
Well, just for the low key part of it, the few among the many, but we might come up
Yeah.
with it at some point.
All right, so Darcy, what are you saying?
She basically is like giving praise, is like, blessed to all, from the few among the many, basically kind of like the few among the many are the benefactors of the people.
Okay. So yeah, you get that word
And
out.
also she's definitely gonna, if anyone asks who her name is, she's using the performative name of Darcinia.
Okay,
Because
Darcinia.
why not?
And you hear echoes of Darcinia in the crowds as this is happening, and by the end you hear Darcinia, Darcinia, and so on. And it seems like Darcinia has caught on more than a few among the many.
It's okay,
Um,
I'll be the spokesperson. She doesn't mind.
yeah,
Now,
you're
Judge
taking
isn't
all
the
that
only one.
credit.
Judge isn't the only one
No.
doing the lesser restoration. You did mention there were 10 people that were in need of this
Yeah,
stuff.
he took care of 6 of them.
I would.
I
get
mean,
the
she's helping with
thing.
giving out money. She's not the one who's like mysteriously, oh, you're healed.
Right.
She's
Uh,
literally just playing music and helping give out money.
all right. So you cover the other 4 people who are in this kind of condition, and you definitely see them. Actually, I guess I should have you do a stealth check as well. You also have advantage.
And in my case, I will telepathically, as I do this, afterwards tell the people, today you have been blessed by the few among the many.
Okay. So, Darcy, as most of the people are chanting Darcinia, exactly 4 people are chanting, a few among the many, a few among the many. All right, with your 27, you're able to be stealthy. Nobody realizes it's you. So as this is going on, eventually, Cyclone, as you're going around, you hear someone, a kid approaching you. And if you go to look, you would see it's the same kid from the alley. And he walks right up to you. What do you do?
Hello, child. How does the day find you?
I'm okay. Now you probably, well, actually don't know him, so you wouldn't know. But my grandfather isn't one of the people out here. And he can't come out, and I'm not supposed to lead anybody home. But he kind of, he just kind of looks at the ground. He's kind of shuffling his feet. Maybe it'll be okay this one time. Um, um, and then he kind of shakes his head, and then he runs off.
Well, I'll call after him. Before you go, may I ask a question?
You can see he's got tears in his eyes. He just kind of shakes his head and runs into the crowd.
Well, I don't have enough energy for it for the time being because we have not actually taken a short rest yet, so I will follow up on that later. In the meantime, I think I'm going to kind of break away and go back into the city. I want to go talk to the town guard.
Sure. All right. So you go in. You start looking for guards. While you do so, for everybody else, the party continues for as long as you want to play, Darcy. It probably takes you about an hour to get through all that. So once you find the town guard, Cyclonin, what do you do?
So I do have a question. Of course, sometimes guard duty can be dangerous work. And I am wondering, is there anyone among your number who has paid for their vigilance with one of their limbs?
It has happened, yes. There are a few of us who have lost limbs. But they're generally not on active duty anymore. You can understand why.
Of course. If you could pick only one of those people who happen to act with particular valor, who would you say that would be?
Why do you ask?
Well, because I do believe that people who have been willing to make such sacrifices for the benefit of the people are deserving of some aid.
Well, I understand the sentiment. Well, I would say among those afflicted, Triopus is probably the bravest and most capable.
Where would I be able to find him?
Well, he often frequents the Rider Centaur. It has been a while since he is able to serve on duty.
Well, in that case, I may pay him a visit. I thank you for your time, and I tip my hat to you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go to the Riotous Centaur.
Okay, so as you go in, it's about 1:30 in the afternoon, so it's rather busy. With people crowding around, and you see that there is a bit of a line to get in. It'll probably take you about 10 minutes of waiting to get in, assuming you're going to wait in line.
I'm fine with it. While I'm in line, I'll go ahead and scan it and see if I notice anybody who's got a limb shortage.
Nobody you notice in line, no.
Okay.
So 10 minutes passes, and eventually you get led inside. You can see that there are people sitting at tables, but then there's a bunch of seats on the side, and there's far more people than there are tables. And you can see a bench has basically a couple of spots free, and that's about your only choice.
I'll take whatever gives me the best view of the place and start looking over the crowd.
All right, so you head over to the bench. So go ahead and give me a perception check. All right, with your 21, you scan the crowd as you head over to your bench, and you notice someone in the very back corner, sitting on basically a corner table for one person. You can see a person wearing leather armor sitting there with a helmet kind of to the side. And you notice that this person only has one arm.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna make my way over to that person.
Okay, so as you make your way there, as you get close, he looks up and he says, "Are you looking for me?"
Are you Triopas?
I am. How did you learn my name?
Word from the guards mentioned that you have done a great many things in the course of your duties. And you seem like the sort of person I'd be honored to buy a drink for.
Well, I won't turn down that. There isn't a little isn't a lot of space. We can squeeze in over here. And he kind of scoots over so you can sit.
But yes, from where I hail, the people who watch over others are held in great esteem, and so I was curious to ask about the people who, have sacrificed the most in the course of protecting others, and your name came up.
Oh, yes. I did not do much, but I did. I was involved in some harrowing battles with bandits. We were saving a caravan from an attack, and well, in the process, I got badly injured, and they had to amputate my arm, as you can see. But I just did what anybody would do in my position. You have to. You're there for a reason, and I wasn't about to put my own safety in front of the people I was supposed to protect.
Well, I wish it was true that everyone would act the same, but of course, some people are unable and some people are unwilling. But
It is true. And then, as you say that, or as he says that, a waitress shows up. She looks at you, Cyclonin. I see you have a friend here, and Triopas nods. All right, can I get you something to drink?
I will be adventurous. I will have whatever he is having, and those drinks will both be on me.
Oh, I see. Well, he looks over and he's actually drinking a fairly decent quality wine. He says, all right, that'll be 10 Mithna.
Okay. Gee, that's pricey, but I offered.
All right, so she takes the money and leaves. Well, that was kind of you. So, what made you seek out people like me?
Well, do you believe in second chances?
Yes. If someone is willing to change, or willing to right whatever wrong they committed, then I should be given the chance to do so.
Well, I am not thinking of righting wrongs exactly. Well, I suppose it depends on your point of view, but what if you had a second chance?
He looks at you, raises an eyebrow. What do you mean?
Well, it is no secret that the gods seem to have forgotten about the people who worship them. But it does appear that those gods are finally beginning to take an interest again.
That is good.
And I am but a servant of one who wishes to honor and reward those who put their lives on the line for others. People such as yourself.
I see. Well, I appreciate that.
And so for those willing to accept a second chance, I have been granted the gift to allow someone who wishes to accept that second chance to have the opportunity to experience it.
And you have the power to do this. What form would this second chance take?
Perhaps it is best a surprise, but what if I could tell you that you could be able-bodied again?
Well, I would, of course, jump on that chance.
Well, in that case, if you would be willing to adjourn to somewhere comfortable, perhaps you may bear witness to a miracle.
Well, I'll take the. Well, actually, he thinks about it for a moment. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Good thing that's not one of my suckier ones. Tell something like, oh, okay, that's good.
All right. So then he says, "Well, I don't have any reason to doubt your word. I do." Even though I'm missing an arm, I am still capable of defending myself. He pats his sword at his side. All right then, but you did pay for drinks, so we should probably enjoy them first.
Of course.
Okay, so at some point the waitress returns with 2 glasses of wine, and then she nods and says, "Enjoy your wine," and then she walks away. He drinks the wine and he says, "They do serve good wine here. I hear that that it doesn't quite match the wine made in Cephesus, or on the mainland for that matter, but it is still pretty good."
I am not familiar with the wine from the mainland, but yes, the wine in Cephesus is actually quite nice. Although, with the recent invigoration of the plants, the crops here might yield an even better harvest than Cephesus.
Oh yes, I heard about that. And I heard that some priest, I believe he was imprisoned, but he was claiming that his new gods were the ones who did that. I forget the priest's name though, but he also claimed, that the work in the letters in the sky were also from those gods.
So, yeah, let's see. I'm trying to. Patron, I believe, was his name. I have heard of him. And,
Yes,
yeah.
if I remember, I wasn't there, but he was arrested because he was just trying to dismantle the Temple of Athena, or specifically the statue inside. Um, and I do remember, though, there was some proclamation that he was going to show the people, to tell the people of his new gods once the old were torn down. But obviously that didn't happen. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm speaking of this. I was speaking to some of my friends who are still guards recently, so it's all fresh in the memory.
Well, it is a story I am interested in myself. It is one thing to believe in the return of the gods. It is something else entirely to try to tear down what is there.
Yes, he said something like the old gods had failed everyone and were being cast down in favor of new gods. And so all of their works should be similarly cast down.
I have a feeling it is more complicated than that. Well, perhaps in another life someone like that could be redeemed, but if I understand, he is to be executed the day after tomorrow, no?
Yes, I mean you take down you try to dismantle the Temple of Athena. What else do you expect to happen?
Yes, and it is not good to potentially initiate a conflict among the gods, even if by proxy.
Yes, do not know what he was thinking of, but he seemed to be confident. I'm not sure why, even when they captured him.
Well, I suppose time will tell. If he has been blessed by the gods, then perhaps he will yet find his salvation. But that is not for us to decide.
No. He finishes his wine. So where is this place that you wish to go?
Well, the location does not matter in particular. I would just prefer some place of seclusion just to avoid making a spectacle of it. I am certain that the resulting effects will become quite notorious soon enough. So if you have a place in mind, very well. Otherwise, I am partial to the idea of overlooking the bay. Perhaps over near the School of Herodes.
If you wish, other than my house, I can't think of nowhere else.
Well, your house would do nicely, and then your loved ones would be among the first to be able to celebrate with you.
He looks at you again, but with your 19, he nods and he says, "All right then, I will lead the way." And he leads away into the city, not too far away, actually. Well, no one else is here at the moment. They're all busy with their own things. So please enter. And he takes you inside. It's a modest house, but still reasonably large. 2 levels, a couple of servants here and there. And then after he takes you inside, he takes you to one of the rooms. And he says, "Well, here we are."
Okay, well, allow me a moment to don my ceremonial robes. I go ahead and put the robes on, which meant to kind of totally conceal me here.
Okay, so you have, what kind of robes do you have?
Just ordinary robes, something that I remember them picking those up a while back specifically so I could go through the crowd so that I
Oh, okay, fair enough.
cast magic without my real form being obvious.
Right, fair enough.
All right, and in fact, So I'm gonna start chanting. Actually, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fire off my passive ability to, well, not passive, but I get a free casting of Disguise Self once a day, which I'm gonna use to look
Oh,
like my normal avatar form.
fair enough.
But I'm gonna pretend that that's part of the ritual here, and then immediately thereafter follow in with the casting of Regenerate.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and bring that up so I can just read it real quick, and then we'll go from there. Body members, fingers, legs, or if any, are restored after 2 minutes. If you have the severed part and hold it to the stump, it causes it to knit.
That's the instantaneous thing. It'll
Oh,
grow
okay,
back
I
if it
see.
isn't there. But if you have it, it's like crazy glue instead.
All right. So weird. Anyway, so you start casting the spell, and then suddenly he kind of screams as his arm starts, growing, and it seems to cause a lot of pain as as a kind of this flesh kind of just grows out and forms his arm. But after 2 minutes, he's profusely sweating. He doesn't immediately realize his arm's there. He just started feeling the pain, and so he kind of stands up and wipes away the sweat. What did you do to me? And then he notices his arm and tries to move it, and it moves around. What? How is this possible? Did you do this?
The few among the many have done this. Today, you have been blessed by them.
Are you? He kind of kneels, and then he says, "My life is indebted to you now. You have given me the ability to fight and to protect the people once more. I will go as you where you command. What is your name?"
Ooh, that gets that gets a little tricky here. I guess I'm gonna go with the real one this time. I am Cyclonin.
Cyclonin, I am Triopus, and from this day forward, you are my master.
I
Then
am honored to be able to give you a new lease on life. Oh, go ahead.
he stands up. You can see tears in his eyes, and he says, "You have shown me not just a lease on life. The arm is great, but you showed me that the gods are still here, and that there is still hope. It is far greater than just the arm itself."
I wish to do more for your brethren, and we will in due time. In the meantime, by all means, spread the word. And wherever you hear the name Darcinia, know that the rest of us are not far away.
He just looks at you in shock. Meanwhile, Darcy, you've and friends, you've played. You've given out the money. Eventually, the crowds disperse. It's been about an hour and a half since you started. So, as the crowd kind of disappears, what do you guys do next? Cyclonin is gone, by the way.
I will definitely just kind of scan around the crowds to see if I can see where he's gotten off to. But if
Sorry,
not,
scanning around the crowds and what?
to see where Cyclonin has gone off to. But if I can't find him, I'm just gonna trust that he'll come back to us.
Yeah, at some point, he went back in the city. Beyond that, you don't have no idea.
Yeah, I figured I'd probably be gone for maybe an hour at most, because, yeah, I would have, however long it took to get to the Riot of Centaur, the 10 minutes, however long it took to enjoy the drinks, and then deal with that whole thing.
Yeah, so basically, it's only been half an hour since he's been gone, but you guys are the crowds are still around. So anyway, so what do you do next?
Well, we gave out the money. Do we need to pick up the stuff I ordered?
That's tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any other things that we haven't done that we need to backtrack to?
I realize that this is kind of a slummy area, but are there plants around?
Yeah, there's plenty of plants. Yeah.
Like any flowers?
Yeah, it's basically a jungle environment. So, I mean, granted, you're not in the jungle right now, but a lot of that kind of plant life is still going to be around. So there's flowers, there's trees, there's bushes, there's berries, there's all kinds of things.
Considering I had a pretty good idea what Cyclonin is doing, because he did talk to us about that a little bit yesterday, I'm gonna look around to see if I can find a beautiful tiger lily.
A beautiful what?
Tiger lily.
Okay, go ahead and give me a survival or a nature check.
Ah, nature. Something I have proficiency in.
I'll give it a DC 15.
Okay, can I give myself guidance, or is that not something that can happen here?
You're looking around, so sure.
Okay. And Gavel will be on the lookout to help me.
Okay, you can do a perception check for him, but actually no. Yeah, he can give you advantage. You see, he can help you look. Yeah, that's fine. So you have advantage.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So yeah, you find what you're looking for.
Awesome. I will take the flower and I will stick it in my lapel just for the moment and kind of gather up with the rest of the group to see where we go from here.
All right. Gizzard, what are you doing?
I am. Let's see. We gave away all the money, right?
Yeah, the crowds have basically dispersed at this point.
Yeah.
Probably go get the bread.
What'd you say?
Go get the bread.
Go get the bread?
Yeah, we gave the money to get food.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm gonna see what Judge is up to. I walk over to Judge. Is he still here?
You see, Judge is looking around he seems to be looking at flowers.
I'm looking at flowers.
Uh-huh.
Judge, why are you looking at flowers?
Something my brother Cyclonin had said about flowers. I thought I could find a nice one for him. I reach into my pocket and I pull out a small cold ingot of gold. It's pretty small, but I figure this should be enough gold to have this flower gilded, for posterity. I thought maybe it would be a pleasant thing for him.
How sweet. Is there a specific flower you're looking for?
I believe I have found it. Have I found it already?
Yeah, you probably just found it as he approached you.
Okay. I believe this would be good. It is a beautiful tiger lily.
Ah. That makes sense for Cyclonin.
And Darcy, what are you doing, if anything?
After the crowds disperse, she's probably gonna take a break on a stone or a stump,
Just sit down and take a rest, sure.
and then likely watch what the others are doing as they're picking through flowers.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so you guys
Um,
spend a while doing that. What do you guys do after you get your flowers? You've got a 10 minutes worth of rest. What's next?
Judge will go ahead and head over to the Agora. If everybody else would like to come, or maybe not, it is up to you.
I will join.
We'll leisurely scroll down to the Agora, where I will look for a craftsman.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely find somebody. There's plenty of people. A few people who were capable of various different crafts and some with metal and so on. So you find somebody. What do you do?
Kind of doing a cursory look at their wares. Does it look like it's pretty good quality stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. I
Yeah.
was wondering if I could have something made very special for a friend of mine.
Sure. What would you like?
I reach into my lapel and I very gently pull out the tiger lily. This is a beautiful specimen of tiger lily. I was wondering if you could gild it in gold to preserve it, for all time. And I reach into my pocket and I pull out a small chunk of melted gold.
Okay. He takes a look.
And he walks out of the shop.
It's always amazing.
So this is for a specific spell. So
He
Okay,
fell
here we are.
out, so he's just back now.
Sorry, here I am. And I pull out a small chunk of melted gold, and I hand him both and say, "Can you put this on this? Make it
Ah,
look
yeah.
beautiful."
Let me take a look. While he's looking, what's the spell component cost? Cyclone. I think this is for you.
I believe it's 200 or maybe 300. Let me double check here.
Because what I'll do.
Actually, if it's the same spell that Conglomerate has, it's probably Summon Beast. That's gonna be. Nope, that's a
It's-
Gilded Acorn.
Summon Fey, I believe, is what you talked about.
So what I'll do is I'll give a discount because of supplying the gold and stuff, but we have to base it off of whatever the base cost is.
Yeah,
A
it's
gilded
gotta be
flower
worth
worth at least
300 gold.
300.
Okay, so you got the gold already, and you have the flower. Mostly it's the gold. So I'll give you. All right. So he says, yes. Since you've supplied the gold, I can do that for 150 mithna.
Okay.
All right. He takes it from you, and he asks for details about the thickness and the shape and that kind of thing. And then he says, I think this will take a few days. I can have it ready for you by Friday, which is the day after tomorrow.
Very well. I will pay the man and take a receipt ticket.
So that would be a gilded tiger lily. Just putting it in my calendar here. All right. Very well. Thank you for the business. He takes the mithna and he takes the gold nugget and the flower, and he says this should be very beautiful. Whoever
Excellent.
you are giving this to, she'll feel very lucky.
Perhaps on the base of the stem of the flower, at the base, you could have some tiny feline type of engraving. Something simple but meaningful.
All right.
It is a
I'll see
tiger
what I can
lily
do.
after all. Right. Rather happy with himself, Judge kind of strolls over and is like, "Well, is there anything else anybody would like to be looking at?"
Are we in the city where Sebastian is?
Yes.
Well, she's gonna go visit Sebastian.
Okay, so you guys head over to the Practice Estate. As you head over, returning to Cyclonen, so you have this soldier or guard who seems to be shocked and at kind of a loss for words, but he has also pledged his allegiance to you. So what do you do?
For as long as you pledge your life to protect others, the gods will protect you.
He seems to try to collect himself, and then he nods and he says, Of course. So when do we leave? And where are we going?
For now,
You're
it
not
is best
actively
if-
looking for followers, and you actually get the most.
For real.
This is what you get. You help the humans and then they follow you like a lost puppy. You don't feed them. That's a mistake. Never give a mouse a cookie.
Well, for now, it is best that you recover here. It is true that the gods have been away for some time, and I fear that there is conflict on the horizon that, the people may get caught in the middle of. So being here to protect others, that is the best you can do for others at the moment.
He takes his right hand and he kind of slams it to his chest and he bows his head, as you command.
And also, if you can think of another individual, someone else who has undergone a similar sacrifice that you believe is, worthy of a similar second chance, please let me know where I can find them, and soon a similar miracle will be visited upon them.
He nods and he says, "There are a few. Perhaps I should speak to some people about it to see who is most deserving."
Indeed, and just so that you understand, with everything that is going on, it is we find ourselves pulled in a great many directions. As much as I would love to restore everyone's completeness all at once, it may take time to be able to give everybody else similar treatment. So I cannot promise when, but just know that it will be soon.
Of course. If I am to stay in the city and help protect it, I would like to ask permission to attempt to rejoin the guard.
Of course, you have my blessing. And I'll put my hand on his shoulder as I say that.
In that case, you will only need to speak to the guards and ask for my name if you wish to speak to me again. And I will always be available if you have new orders.
Of course.
I hate to be the person to point this out. You just put your hand on his shoulder. Did he notice the claws?
Well, keep in mind that they are retractable, and I'm still wearing a really heavy cloak that's meant to cover everything. He's probably getting
Okay.
more of a sleeve than my actual proper hand.
Okay. I just thought it would be funny that, you look human because of disguised self, but you feel furry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair question. He doesn't seem to notice anything off, although his current state might be part of that as well.
He's not used to nerve endings in that shoulder.
The more fun thing is going to be whenever he shows up with his arm there.
The gods
Yeah,
have
now-
blessed me.
Although that also has the flip side that maybe people won't believe it. So, oh man, I was in this big old fight and I lost my arm, and it's like, I can see you've still got two, you frickin' liar.
Well, the people who know him and knew him to not have an arm. Because he's
Yeah.
lost the arm for a while now.
Well, so that just means that his drunk frat bros are all gonna be like, dude, he totally lost that arm and it totally grew back. It's like, yeah, just keep
Hey.
drinking your mead.
There might actually be a cause for that. If he's an older gentleman, he's probably tanned and kind of, a little bit wrinkly and leathery from the sun, and his arm's going to look fresh. So he's got like a half farmer's tan going on with his new arm.
Well, I'm sure he'll fix that soon enough.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right. So what do you do next, Cyclonin?
Well, I must go. I will reach out to you again soon.
But to just so you know, or just so I know, you are the champion Cyclonin, and you are a member of the few among the many.
Yes.
What god do you serve?
They are not prepared to reveal themselves fully at this time, but
Are you one of the new gods the priest spoke of? Are they real?
Yes.
um,
And if so, why do they want to tear down the old gods?
uh, they do not wish to tear down the old gods. It is more of a the upcoming conflict has brought a great deal of attention to this land. Gods that otherwise have their attentions elsewhere are now making their presence known here. So the new gods are only new to the people, but they have existed with the old gods and themselves are essentially the old gods.
So is that priest, is he yours?
I would not say so, at least not based on his actions. I, you know, we believe in unity and, cooperation. And we do not believe in conflict with other gods. It is best that we work together for the benefit of all. Perhaps that priest could be redeemed, but his message seems to be misguided. Um,
You see him kind of rubbing his chin. It may be bloody, but perhaps I can talk to a few people and we can free him if you wish.
when you say bloody, how do you mean?
Well, I doubt I can convince most of the guards, so it unfortunately may require some fighting.
And that will not be necessary. There are some plans to speak with him and understand what it is that he truly believes in. If it is true that he is just a victim of a misunderstanding and that his motives were pure, then he will find his path soon enough. But for the time being, it is best not to store things up too much. This is there is a great deal going on now, and it will undoubtedly spawn a great deal of confusion, conflict, misunderstandings. No sense to add to that.
As you command.
Now rest well and tell me about your embrace. Because actually, are you married?
I no longer. I lied about my wife being away. She left me some time ago.
I apologize for bringing back such bad memories. But you have your second chance, and I am looking forward to seeing what you do with it. And, those that I serve, believe in looking out for others. And as long as you do so, you will be looked out for as well.
Of course, thank you.
Now, time draws short. I must go now, but we will speak again soon.
Okay, he escorts you back out and then says, well, I must return to the guardhouse so I can rejoin.
Oh, I am very eager to hear the story that you have about that misadventure.
Yes, I will speak to someone I know first and go from there. It will be difficult to convince some. As he kind of moves his arm around. Well, no one will believe this without seeing it.
If anybody asks how you got it back, just tell them you found it under the futon, and I wink at him.
Very well.
All right, now go ahead and leave.
All right. So where do you go?
I'll probably head back over to the Shantytown area first, see if I find the others there.
By the time you get there, they're gone, and everybody is kind of retreated or left.
Hmm. Well, in that case, I'll probably go to the Keen Hawk. The Rite of Centaur was so crazy busy that, yeah, they're probably more likely to show up at the Keen Hawk if they're looking for some down.
Right, and I
Um,
believe you had rooms there, right?
Yeah.
I think only for the day, though, and this is the next day already.
Oh, okay. So it's only the one day. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, we can always replan on that.
Fair enough. All right. So Darcy and Gizzard and Judge, you arrive at the Proxilus estate. I'm assuming you're going together, or are you splitting up?
I think we'll
I wanted to do one more thing at the Agora, but I can do that by myself if they want to go right now or if they wanted to wait for me.
Yeah, you guys tell me. You're going to split up, or you're going to wait for Judge, or are you going to head off?
Ms. Darcy, if you would like to go and rush off, I can catch up with you at the inn, but otherwise I have one more thing I think I must do here.
Very well. I will go on without you.
I will follow Darcy.
Okay, so Gizzard and Darcy start heading to the Proxilus estate. Judge, you stay at the Agora. What are you doing there?
I don't know if it'll be at the same shop or at a different one, but I'm looking for a pair of goggles with like a head strap.
Goggles. Okay.
And on top of that, I am looking for some quality earplugs so I don't have to stuff cheese in my ears. The idea, yeah, the idea will be that the goggles are a strap around my head, and then to the left and right on very short strings will be my earplugs hanging. And normally they're just kind of behind my ears, but they're right there, and I can just grab them real quick and stuff them in my ears as like a bonus action or a free interaction or something.
All right. All right. So you start looking around.
And the goggles, hey, you might never know when you need to, protect your eyes from a bright flash.
Yeah. So that's not there. Do you have? Okay. We'll try this then. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick search here. Not seeing anything come up. All right, so for your earplugs, here's something kind of close. All right, so for your earplugs, you can find decent quality that will, obviously it won't be 100% protection because that would be completely deafening you. But it would still be, better than your cheese, and of course not require you to stuff wax in your ears.
Yeah.
And so you can get you find some being sold for about 4 small Mithna. As far as goggles, you're not really finding a lot of people selling glass of that type. There are glass jars and containers and so forth, but it seems to be too thick for goggles. So you're not really finding anything like goggles.
Oh, I know. That one specific curio store here that was selling the telescopes.
Yeah.
They would deal in the right kind of glass.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
I
true.
could go
They
there
would.
and look.
All right. So as you see, they don't have goggles, but if you ask them and tell them what you're looking for and that kind of thing, they could probably make some for you. But they tell you that it would be kind of expensive because the glass for those things is not cheap. So it'll cost you about 100 Mithna.
See, that's what happens when Conglomerate's not around, so you could do another heist.
So it's basically 4 small Mithna for the earplugs, and then they're asking for 100 Mithna to make you goggles.
100 Mithna. Oh, even the telescopes were only 50.
The telescope was 1,000.
Oh, geez. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
thinking
that's
of
why I
something else.
stole it. 'Cause I was like, hell no.
And part of the
Okay,
reason
yeah.
it's so expensive is because glass of that type is really hard to
Yeah.
make with the technology of the time, so it's really
Okay.
expensive.
Okay. In that case, yeah. I'm not going to say anything, but does the shopkeep remember me as the guy who put an extra thing there?
Yeah, actually, he doesn't say anything either, but
Okay.
you can tell that he recognizes you.
All right. In that case, yeah, I will go ahead and pay the 100 Nithna. And what I'm looking for are goggles. They're going to be like a padded leather to seal around my eyes. And then, they'll protect my eyes from the sides as well as the front. And then there'll be a nice tight strap to go around my head where these earplugs will be affixed to the left and right. And I describe all of that to him. And I even give him the earplugs I just bought to be able to incorporate. That way I can, just plug them in very quickly or pull the goggles down if I need to protect my eyes.
Okay, yeah, he takes it, and he's like, well, I can have this ready for you, probably in the morning if you're willing to come by.
Very much so. Shall I pay you in advance?
Yes, that would be appreciated.
Okay. So 80, that's...
So, yeah, 100 Mithna and 4 small Mithna.
Okay. I'll give him 10 gold Mithna and 1 half Mithna, and I'm not sure what my change is.
Okay. Alright, so, yep, you get your goggles ordered. They'll be ready the next day. Actually, let me put them in the calendar so I don't forget.
Okay.
Let's see, that
And
would be tomorrow. Added yet another note. Goggles.
I'll go ahead and tell him to keep the change because I don't even know what that is.
Are those goggles also ready tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow? Or is that later on?
No, the goggles will be ready tomorrow, rather than the day after
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So going back to Darcy, you and Gizzard arrive at the Proxilus estate. There's a guard outside who meets you at the gate. Says, "Hello there. How can I help you?"
We wish to see Sebastian.
I see. As you may have heard, there is some. Let's just say that there's some stress in the household lately. But I can tell them you're here. Who may I ask is calling?
Darcy.
All right then. Please wait here, and I'll go ask. And then he kind of wanders off to the house, and then the guard kind of steps up and just kind of stands there casually. It takes about 10 minutes or so, but eventually the guard comes back out and he says, "They will see you. Please follow me." Darcy, was it? Who, may I ask, is the fellow with you?
Oh.
That would be Gizzard.
Yes.
At your service.
Gizzard. What an interesting name. All right then. So he leads you into the estate, and he leads you to a kind of waiting room, and then and says, "Sebastian will be with you in a moment," and he leaves you there. So do you and Gizzard talk about anything while you're waiting for Sebastian?
An awkward silence befalls us.
Does Gizzard know anything about what's going on in the household at all?
Well, very little. I let you guys deal with the drama.
I think this drama has to do with the priest that caused the issues of earlier. But I shall ask him.
I haven't the faintest idea as to what you could be referring to.
sure.
This is all Kong's fault. I did nothing.
You did nothing to help either.
I just encouraged.
You know, normally I would say that he was getting thrown under the bus, but I kind of imagine Conglomerate getting splattered on a windshield of a bus.
Yeah. He is a giant bug. Just blame the giant bug. He can't defend himself.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm still okay. Not gonna lie, still not convinced we did the wrong thing.
I think you took on a job that was above your level.
Wow. I just don't think we had the time to fully flesh it out.
I don't think you had a plan that was fleshed out,
It's
if
called
one at
improvis-
all.
And we're masters at it. As you can see.
And with that, Sebastian enters. Sebastian sees you two, and he says, "Oh, hello everyone," and he kind of sits in a chair nearby. What brings you here today?
Just checking up on you, see how you are doing. Also, your household seems to be in a bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you've heard of the priest. Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but Patron was he was the head priest for our family, and well, when he got arrested and sentenced to death, well, let's just say that a lot of the blame has been going to my father. You know, they believe some people seem to think that he was somehow involved or something. Obviously, that's not true, but you know how these people are, and so he's been basically dealing with that and getting other people to even been having me run messages for him and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's been very chaotic here.
Well,
But I'm doing okay. Other than that,
Good to hear. I am wanting to pass the time in a more, let's say, out of the ordinary way.
oh.
nothing's been well too unusual other than everything I just said, which was definitely very unusual, and the priest was very unusual, and so other than all of that chaos, nothing unusual.
Would you like to accompany me with a short journey to the outer walls?
Sure. I have to tell somebody I'm leaving, but I'll be right back. How long are we going to be gone?
Or maybe a couple of hours.
Okay, I'll be right back. And then he kind of leaves. So you're alone for another good 5 minutes. Any other conversation, or just going to advance the time?
What are you planning?
I want to have an excursion with our favorite human. It has been a while.
I will let it be a surprise then.
Oh, it is nothing so shocking. Hopefully fun, at least for him. It'd be a shame if he was still cowardly after all the things I have given him.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to it.
All right. So a few minutes later, Sebastian comes back. You can see that he's wearing a sword, and he has leather armor on, or at least basic leather armor on. And he says, "Okay, I'm ready."
Wonderful. Let us go to the nearest exit.
Okay. So he follows you along. So where do you take him?
I'm gonna take him to the exit to like a nice, I guess away from people primarily. It's just getting out and away from people and the public eye and onto like a road and a ways off from civilization.
Okay. So you walk him out. You know, maybe 10 minutes. Oops, not an hour. 10 minutes away. So you get him out of the city. You're on the road walking. There's the occasional passerby either heading to the city or away. So Sebastian's kind of walking there. It's like, where are we going?
Need to find a good spot for this.
For
This
what?
seems fine. Oh, little game, little activity I've been meaning to try with you.
Okay.
Surprise, goatlings!
Gosh, no. It'd be too conveniently popped up.
All right. He
I'm
follows along. So
assuming
where are you
Gizzard
taking him?
came with it. Oh, I'm not caking. I'm just taking him to a clearing. Well, a secluded spot, but also large enough to where if I would want to, say, shapeshift into something, I wouldn't like destroy a tree
Fair
or
enough.
get smushed by stuff.
So you're gonna go off the road then, and into a clearing away from any farms or that kind of thing.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you travel to a clearing. As another 10 minutes passes as you're walking away from the road and civilization and so on. So you've reached a clearing. There's no one around. So what do you do?
Perfect, this will be fine. Now, I know you have at least ridden a normal horse before, yes?
Yes.
And how did that go?
All right. In the past, I was kind of afraid of him, but lately, my father's had me writing a bit, and it works well. I mean, I've learned how to do it pretty well.
Good. Now, do you know what a Pegasus is?
He thinks for a moment. Isn't those supposedly horses that once existed with wings that can fly?
Exactly.
But oh, that's an odd question.
It won't be in a moment. Now, how about you ride a Pegasus?
He looks around. I don't see any horses or anything around.
I will be the Pegasus, do not worry. I'm just wanting you to be able to handle it and not have an accident.
Raised brow.
I see. So, well, I do know that you guys, you were champions, and you were traveling together. I've seen. He points to Gizzard. Yes, I've seen him as. What are you? Like a lizard?
I'll demonstrate.
Is it just me, or is Judge the only one he's not seen in god form yet?
Don't change much. You just get bigger and paler.
I know, but I'm the easiest to look at, when I change, and I'm the one he hasn't seen.
Anyway, so once Gizzard changes, you hear Sebastian's breath catch, and then he breathes out slowly, and he nods, and he says, "Yes, I understand. As champions, you can do this. All right, I'm not afraid anymore." As he says that, you can hear his voice quivering, but he is standing still.
Oh, you're already nervous. I'm not asking you to fight anything.
I
If
understand.
anything, You should be excited. How many humans can say they've seen a Pegasus, let alone ride one? Now, before we even start, if you must relieve yourself, do so now over there. I will not have accidents during this.
He starts to say, well, I don't. Okay. And then he goes off to relieve himself behind a tree.
That's what I thought.
He comes back a few minutes later. Okay, I guess I'm ready now.
Alright. Brum brum.
Alright, so you polymorph into a Pegasus.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so let me find Sebastian here real quick. There's his character sheet. Did I ever upgrade him? I did not, so let me do that now. Okay, and so do that. Do that. His armor class goes up. We'll have to do that later. Okay, that's good. That's fine. All right. So he's definitely stronger. He's definitely a lot more dexterous. He's got higher constitution. He's somehow in the process become smarter and more wise. And
You know what?
ever
He
so
needs
slightly
it.
more charismatic.
There we go. And he got a bust on it, beefed up on everything.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, he sees you change, and he takes a breath, and he says, "I don't know how you can do that." And I'm gonna go ahead and make a what would that be? We'll just do wisdom. We'll do intelligence save. We'll do that.
He becomes frightened and runs off.
I swear, if he
All
does,
right,
I
he
will
gets a
shoot him
20.
down.
So he nods and he says, "So the legends are real." Okay, I guess I can do this. And he starts walking up.
That he can.
All right, he gets on top, and there's no saddle or anything, obviously, but you can tell he's ridden bareback before. But he reaches down and kind of grabs around your neck, since there's no reins or anything. Okay, I'm ready.
I'm gonna start him slow, where it's just a trot and then a canter before a run, and see how he does
So as
with
you're
that.
moving around on the ground, he does all right. He's able. You can tell he is actually fairly capable when it comes to riding horses.
And then I'm going to start flapping my wings, and we're gonna start gaining altitude.
All right.
I want
So
to see how he does.
for that, I'm going to have you make an acrobatics check to see how well you're able to keep level. At least when it comes to what a human thinks is level.
Just don't lean too left or too right, bud. You'll be fine. Haven't got 5 feet off the ground. You'll be fine.
He freaks out and leaps off and goes into cannonball mode as he drops to the ground.
Nice.
You can
Just
always
gonna hurt himself.
Anyways,
you can
yeah, go
always
ahead and give an
inspire him.
acrobatics check, and we'll see how well you do.
Wouldn't I use the acrobatics of the creature I'm in?
Yeah.
I don't have that pulled. What is the whatever to
It would
it?
be basically a dex plus proficiency bonus if they have acrobatics, which they probably don't. So probably just dex then. D20 plus dex bonus. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're asking for the creature. Sorry.
Yeah, what's the creature's dex bonus?
Monster.
Or does it even matter? I don't know.
Oh, okay, there you go. +2 it is.
Where? Okay, so
So yeah, just a d20 plus 2 then.
meow.
All right, so you go to fly, and then you start flapping, and you wind up banking much harder than you anticipated, and then all of a sudden you hear thump as Sebastian falls to the ground. Granted, this is still close to the ground, so it's not actually far enough for him to take hit point damage, but it definitely hurts him. It's like, ow! He stands up. Why'd you do that? And he scratches.
I shake my head and snort because I am a horse. It's like I didn't mean to, and then I get back on the ground, and it's just like
Your
try
horse with
again.
telepathy.
I have telepathy. You're right. Can I use it? Is there any?
Yeah, you retain your mental capabilities.
Great. I telepathy. I'm like the little chime in his brain. I didn't mean to.
Okay. I guess we can try again. Maybe-
Consider this a trial of tenacity.
All right, he moves closer. If I die, you can fix it, right?
Of course.
Okay.
You have the diamond, don't you?
Yeah.
You won't die.
All right. He crawls on, and he grabs your neck, and you notice that he's basically squeezing at this point. You know, it's like you ever had someone like on your neck squeezing you a little too hard. That's what he's doing.
Yes.
All right, you can try again.
All right, here we go. Where is it? Where is it?
What happened to Sebastian? Oh, we tried to train him to ride a flying horse 20 times and he died.
As you fly around, you try very hard not to bank that direction, but you overcorrect and you bank the other direction, and you hear thump, and Sebastian's getting up. I don't think this is working. Maybe we'll do that another day. And he
Don't confess,
walks over
Sebastian.
to where Gizzard's standing.
There.
Let's
I pat him
chime
on the
in the
head.
gizzard. Doesn't Gizzard have something that could help?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Like, do you have a magical ability that could help?
I can enhance his ability.
Enhance mine. I'm trying to just get off the ground without him falling off.
Okay. You get Cat's Grace.
Hooray!
Can you inspire yourself to roll better?
I mean,
Oh, advantage
I don't
on
know if I
dexterity
can.
checks. There you go.
can I inspire myself as a horse?
No, she can't cast spells.
Exactly. Alright, we
Wow,
get
it's-
Cat's Grace.
You gave
I
up your
go-
own cat's grace casting that.
Fair enough. You cast grease centered on yourself. So if you move at all, Gizzard, you're gonna have to make a save.
Yeah, I'm staying perfectly still.
I'm gonna go back up to Sebastian. I'm like,
And then
we try again.
And he's like, okay, but he points at Sebastian. You can, at Gizzard, and you can see the grease surrounding where Gizzard's standing. Where did that come from?
It's fine. It's just an effect of some magic. Don't worry about it. Just don't touch it.
Is that how what his never mind. He starts crawling.
What? What were you gonna
Yes,
say?
God of chaos.
Nothing.
Maybe you're like an amphibian. Maybe you think you get slimy like a frog.
Maybe I do. Okay. Leave me alone.
This time around, he's holding you even tighter. Not that this does much good, but you're having actually a tiny bit of trouble breathing.
I don't need to breathe. This is fine. I just need to get off the air.
All right, acrobatics with advantage.
Heck yeah.
All right,
we're
so
good.
this time
Third time's
you
the charm.
smoothly take off and fly through the air, And then Sebastian looks around and it's like, "Wow, this is so much better. But don't turn too fast. It's like, how high do you go?"
I'm gonna go high enough to where he'd hurt himself. Maybe like, at the most, maybe like, we'll start at 30 feet.
Okay. It's like, you can really fly. Wow, you really are champions.
The magic of a lubricated runway.
Right? And then 50 feet.
He seems that after a while he seems to get used to it. Based on his previous save, he seems to get over his fear and he kind of forgets about it. He's still holding your neck, but he loosens up and seems to be enjoy riding around.
There's a flying horse. Does anyone see that? I'm 50 feet in the air.
At this distance, it's possible somebody might see you, but you're not really close enough to people to know. But you suspect that if you keep getting much higher, then the odds will definitely increase.
I see it now. All of a sudden, Katniss cites the TriStar picture logo.
Part of me wants to, but you know what? Screw it. We have riding in the sky. We can have a flying horse. The gods are alive. I'm doing it.
All right, you fly up in the sky, and you definitely get high enough that obviously you're too far away and too high to see too much reactions, but clearly people are going to see you from the city and probably from the farmlands nearby.
That's fine. This is fine. We're having the never-ending story moment with Falcor. It's fine.
All right. Well, Sebastian seems to enjoy the ride after forgetting his fear. So, how long are you guys going to fly for?
40 minutes.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead and advance time where you're doing that. Gizzard, while they're off flying, what are you doing?
Watching them fly. I'm gonna hang out here.
He's kind of
watching
slick.
him fly, watching him fly, you forget for a second and slip in your grease.
Yeah.
And as far as what you think, he thought it's probably you think he probably thinks now he thinks that puddle is how you do your business, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I gathered that.
Anyway, Cyclonin, everybody else. Oh, actually, yeah. So, you went back to the Keen Hawk, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So at the Keen Hawk, you can see that it's not very busy. There's a couple of people sitting and drinking and eating. So what do you do?
Um.
And that's where I'm heading after the Agora as well. So just let me know when I show up.
Basically, I'm just hanging around for a while. I figured I'd give it a couple hours. Basically, specifically taking a short rest. See if they show up.
Okay. Are you? Well, I would mark off a couple of Mithna if you're getting drinks. So maybe mark off 3 Mithna or something like that if you're going to spend some time drinking and getting snacks.
All right.
All right. So you're waiting for people to show up. No problem. Judge, once you get your goggles going, what are you going to do next?
I said that I would meet them at the King Hawk, so that's where
Oh, sorry. Speak a little louder.
I said once I got my goggles, I said that I would meet Darcy and Sebastian and Gizzard at the Keen Hawk, so that's where I'm
Okay.
gonna head.
So once you you arrive at the Keen Hawk then, and you see that Cyclonin has also just arrived, but you don't see anybody else.
I walk over. How fare you, brother? How did the thing with the boy go? I saw you and him talking in the crowd. I'm assuming that is what happened.
Oh, that was very brief. The boy seems to be in some sort of distress, but he's not ready
Shall
to deal with it fully. Um,
shall we go see about him?
all in due time. I need to rest first. I'm kind of lacking in ability at the moment. I was actually helping one of the guards. Basically, I restored someone's limbs, so it is only a matter of time before we start hearing about it, I'm sure. So what of the others? What are they doing?
They are going to see Sebastian. I placed an order in the. Remember the shop that Darcy took that spyglass from?
Mm-hmm.
I placed an order there for some goggles. They will protect my ears. No more rotten undead.
Well, hopefully that does not encourage more of them to show up.
And if they do, I will this time be prepared to not stuff cheese in my ears.
That is not your preferred way to... never mind. Of course. I do
No, it
agree
is
that
not my
cheese is not the
preferred.
best place in the ears.
No, it is. One must work with what one has, and will be prepared in the future. Learn from things, yes. So, with his guard, how did he react to having his arm thrown back right in front of him?
Well, it turns out his body was not quite prepared for it. It was a very painful process. I think he was about to get very
Ah.
mad at me when he realized what had happened.
I can only assume he was very grateful afterwards.
Indeed, in fact, he has pledged his fealty. Even more enthusiastically than I was expecting.
Look at you, not wanting to be God. First the librarian and now a guard. You have quite the loyal following starting. Very nice.
Although I do not know what to make of someone being so quick to want to go to war on my behalf, but...
Well, no, we do not want that.
The topic of the priest had happened to come up. Given what the guard had just seen, his name is Triopus, by the way. But based on what he had seen, he was starting to realize that maybe not everything the priest was saying was insane rantings. So he had some questions about that. He wanted to know if that was my priest, and of course I told him no, but
Good, good.
I did correct the record as far as
I was
dealing with
very
interacting with other
okay.
pantheons.
I was very disappointed in the boys when I found out they had lied to me about how they had handled him. I very much appreciate you taking an interest. It is in good hands with you, the situation that is. So tell me, did you ask the man and the soldier to get the few among the many tattooed on his new arm?
I did not ask him to do that.
I would not expect you to. It was just funny in my mind.
Although he is immediately planning to rejoin the city guard, I am sure they are going to have a great many questions when he comes back with more limbs than he left with.
Yes, that will definitely cause some whispers. How are you feeling? I know you're a bit tired and need to rest, but it is still early in the afternoon. I don't suppose you would. I don't suppose you'd be able to. Or wait, when did you cast this spell? Is there perchance a way I can drop in on my good friend Vulcan really quickly?
Mm, I mean, probably was cast around 8 o'clock or something. It's probably going to be running out before he'd get back. I am not convinced that there is probably not enough time for you to get the Sapizas before it expires.
All right. Oh well. Perhaps tomorrow morning.
Well, we do have to be there anyway to pick up our items.
Yes, all right. Now, you had asked earlier, but we did not get a chance to much talk about it. You were wondering about my wonderful facilities?
Yes, your magnificent mansion.
Yes. I've reserved enough energy that I can do this. Are you wanting this tonight?
It does seem to be more secure than our usual accommodations.
Okay. Do you want to buy one room for the night and have the door just in that room, or shall we just disappear down an alley and have a door just there?
No, we could purchase the room.
Very well. I'll wander over to the barkeep and ask for one small room for the night and another round of drinks for me and my friend Cyclone.
Okay, they charge you 2 mythna.
Okay. I give him a gold mythna and get, 8 back?
This is more than you need for your room.
And that's what I don't have any regular mythna left. I've
Oh,
only
you
got
want
gold
change.
mythna.
I
spent.
see. Okay,
Yeah.
he gives you 8 mythna back in change.
Okay, that's what I have to write down. Okay, 8 mythna. Okay, I bring a couple of drinks back and set one down. So, what is your feelings on this priest? Is he to be let the wheels of justice here do their thing, or are you really thinking of pulling him from the jaws of despair?
I still want to talk to him first. I mean, the thing he did with the, trying to bring down the old gods, it is definitely a problem. But on the other hand, at least see the more people I talk to, it sounds like, he has done good things in the past. And I certainly would trust Simonite's judgment as far as having someone close that, that he can consult with for religious purposes. It seems that if this is a truly corrupt individual, I would have expected much more scandal to have surrounded him, but I still want to speak with him specifically. Maybe correct some misunderstandings. After all, if what he did was a direct result of anything that Gizzard and Conglomerate told him, then, perhaps he was, perhaps this is not exactly his fault if he thought he was following the will of the gods.
Okay.
So,
Well, do you have a plan for that? Would you like an exit?
well, as far as speaking to him, that is easy enough. As far as an escape, that is also easy enough. The challenge that I foresee is allowing him to escape in such a way that minimizes the fallout. I mean, I would prefer something where it is not clear that he is, or that it is assumed that he, did not escape. But I have an idea about that ironically involves an escape, but I am still debating on that, and there are a couple of days. I think that's a bit more of a pressing concern is that child. It seemed that he was in distress, and it sounds like perhaps his grandfather needs some assistance. Now, at this point,
Perhaps
I
we
have
should-
used...
Oh, go ahead.
At this point, I've used a fair bit of ability for the day, but I would at least be interested to see what is going on in that household, and then perhaps be prepared to do something tomorrow.
Well, perhaps we can do something today if it is just a little bit of magical energy you're needing.
I just need to rest for an hour or two. If I can restore my ability to wild shape, I can inspect the place, see what is going on.
Yes,
in
but
there.
I think it would be best to heal him the same day that we do all the other miracles, to connect them together.
Well, depending on what it is that is wrong with him, I will not be able to do so.
Okay, well, let us
If he
at least
does
look
just
then, yeah.
happen to be blind or paralyzed or diseased or deaf, I do not get the impression he is deaf. Perhaps I could still do something, but I would like to know what it is. But I mean, if he is missing a limb or something like that, I absolutely cannot do that today.
All right. Well, if you need to be able to cast a spell without revealing your form and are unable to do that, you can perhaps cast it into a gem and then I can use it.
Well, first, I'd like to know what I am dealing with.
Okay.
As it is, I do not have any. Oh, I do still have a third level spell slot. But
Well, like I said, if it is just some magical energy you need, I can supply some.
perhaps, but I do not know what magical energy is needed, if any. I do not know what is the crisis in a household, especially
Okay.
one that requires such secrecy. So,
Well, after you rest, let's say we go look really quickly, just to scope it out, as you said. Shall we?
very well. So, yeah, my plan is just to finish out an hour for a short rest and then hike out to the shanty town area.
Okay. Well, while you're resting, Darcy, after you fly around for 40 minutes and Gizzard stands in his grease until it goes away, what do you do after that?
As she was flying, she would initially, maybe for the first 10 minutes, hung around the little outside area, and then she would have gone further inward, I'd say. Like to the farm area, and then to like the squalor, poor people in shacks area, because why not? If we've already kind of broke the ice with the sky riding and all that, what's a flying horse?
Fair enough. You see at least one kid point up at the horse, and you see other kids walking around. It's like, yeah, kind of looking up and around as you fly by. But anyway, so once you're done flying around and you land, what do you do after that?
I guess go back to a little somewhat secluded spot, and then to kind of let Sebastian off.
Okay. And yeah, he gets down. Actually, though, I forgot. Landing's also hard. So go ahead and give me an acrobatics check for your landing.
Why would landing be hard? This is.
Yeah, landing. At least when it comes to flying planes and stuff, landing's definitely hard. I imagine it's the same for animals, or at least when they're first learning. And not that you have trouble flying, but it's more, can you land gently enough that Sebastian doesn't go flying?
No, crash landing right into it. Is there a lake nearby?
There'd probably be some streams and stuff. There's the ocean water, of course.
Because horses can swim really well. And if I do crash, he's in the
So you
water.
want to
He's
aim
probably
for
fine.
water for this?
Yeah, not super deep water, but like deep enough to where, you know, He won't just hit a rock at the bottom.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So go ahead and give me an acrobatics check, which is going to be your d20 plus 2. I guess since it's just dex for the horse. All right. With a 20,
I'm
though,
good.
you don't need water. You can just land just fine. So yeah. So you land, and Sebastian's able to get off. And says, "Wow, you've gotten much better at that, or I've gotten better at holding on."
I chime in his brain. It is my first time as a Pegasus.
Oh,
We
really?
both learned today.
Wow. So, not bad, all things considered. I mean, breaking a horse is worse than that initial part, except the horse doesn't fly. That's the difference.
Hmm.
All right.
You wanna
So,
move back
I'm
to the
assuming you
normal
went
self?
back toward at least close enough to Gizzard that he can see you.
Yeah.
So, once you and Gizzard get back together, what do you do?
So
I
how
want to see what Gizzard's reaction was and if he's still greasy.
All right, Gizzard, what was your reaction?
that looked like fun.
And the grease spell would have worn off a while ago. You were gone for 40 minutes. The grease spell only lasts for, what, 10 minutes or something like that?
Hmm.
So, it's gone.
I wonder how it feels to fly through the air like that, actually. By your own
Yeah, that
volition.
lasts for a minute.
Okay.
I'm surprised you haven't tried to acquire the spell flying.
Yeah. Good point.
I could turn you into a bird.
Well, that could be fun.
She's gonna look at
The Gizzard, though, you do remember you've ridden across on Flintstone Air quite a few times.
But I haven't been the actual thing flying.
Yeah, it's one thing to ride on the back of something; it's another to be the animal.
Fair enough.
Exactly. A novel experience, I'm sure.
She's going to look at Gizzard and also look at what's his name? Sebastian and be like, would you like to fly yourself?
Oh, let's fly
Sebastian
together.
looks at you kind of wide-eyed and he says, I think that's probably enough adventure for me today.
Come on, it'll be fun.
No, I did say I do have to get home at a reasonable time today. I do have to help out.
All right.
Perhaps another time. So,
Yeah. I had more fun flying than I thought I would. I somehow managed to get over my fear.
What?
that is good to know. Oh, what do you know of the goings-ons with the charity run?
Not too much, although I've been hearing I heard that there somebody was talking about something that happened in Cepazos recently. Something about Darcinia and something, and there was some other name that came with it. What was it? Something something of the many or a few or something. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I definitely heard something big happen there, and I guess it got people's attention. At least my father was
Well,
talking about it at some point.
it's the few among the many, and I am Darcinia. Not that hard.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
We figured since we do come across a lot of treasures and general coin, might as well give it to those who need it more.
That makes sense. At this point in time, you notice that Sebastian is, assuming you guys walk with him, of course,
Yeah, we are.
is heading back toward the city. Okay. Well, I mean that was fun. I think I might be ready for bigger adventures soon, or at least going, more traveling. But I think that's probably not going to happen at least for a few days, because or till we get through this whatever this thing is with the priest.
Yes. Hmm. I have a question. Do you know any legends dealing with a dragon in the mountain?
I was gonna joke about that too. Next week's Sword Dragon.
He thinks about it for a moment. Um, well, I do remember reading something about a dragon that lives in supposedly lives in a volcano, and I think it's part of the reason. I'm not sure why exactly, but I think it's part of the reason why um, we couldn't set up much permanent. The colony didn't wind up lasting over there. Um, we had some. I know there's some mines and stuff that were set up, and there's at least a temple and attempted settlement, but um, nobody stayed, and people say it's because of the wild animals and dangers and weather and all that stuff. But there's some legend that there's some sort of creature, they call it a dragon, they saw flying around and dealing, around the volcanoes, and whenever it flew around, people saw eruptions and smoke, and once one of the volcanoes, I think, actually erupted. Anyway, for the most part, people stayed away from the island except for visiting on occasion. After that,
Does his story check out with what we know of the dragon that's very much like calling us out?
it sounds plausible. I mean, certainly the location's right. And the dragon you know of, you're pretty sure lives in a volcano. So it's probably the same dragon, although you're getting the impression from him that it was not sword related, at least at the time.
Yeah, that was circa before Sword. Um, Interesting. I believe we will have to deal with the dragons soon.
Oh, okay. I think we're just content on writing that island off as far as the colonies go.
Perhaps the colonies, but we have personal grievances with this dragon.
Oh, so it's actually there, and you guys know
More like we have to deal with him soon.
him? Okay. Good luck.
Conflicting interests.
Um, yeah, the legends say that dragons like that can destroy whole cities.
No doubt.
All right, so you guys arrive back at the city. Um, Sebastian seems to want to walk to his house. Do you guys go with him, or do something else?
Darcy will follow him. Um, Fam can go meet friends at the bar or follow her.
Okay, so you eventually arrive back at the Praxis estate, and he nods and he says, "Well, I should go in. Um, I'll meet with you guys next time you're in town. But I really do need to go help."
Sure thing. Maybe you'll be able to travel with us again.
Yeah, hopefully this stuff settles down soon.
Good evening. And she leads him to it.
Okay, so once you leave the Praxis estate, where do you go from there?
I'm gonna go down to the docks and I'm gonna talk to some of the sailors to learn more about what's goings on with the Kraken.
Ooh, good
It's a
idea.
Shenmue game now,
Fair enough. You arrive at the docks and you start asking around. So what are you asking for exactly? What do you ask them exactly?
Um, what are what's with the sightings of the different sinking of the ships? Like where it's been the sinking's been sighting. What do they think it is? Do they think it's just rocks or storms? Do they think it's like a creature doing it? You know.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a either a charisma check or an intimidation, not intimidation, investigation check. Um,
You will
and
tell me everything.
we'll see, how much information you're able to find. So charisma or investigation. For you, it's probably better to use charisma.
Yeah.
All right, so you spend probably about 20 minutes, going around asking, getting information, going from person to person, and eventually you learn that there was a rash of fishing boats that were getting destroyed. You hear again rumors of the tentacles and things like that, but apparently, from what you're able to gather, since then things have gone completely quiet in that front, and uh, supposedly back to normal. Uh, and so there, apparently, within the last few days or what have you, there hasn't been any additional unusual sightings.
Good to know. Did you like just follow me the whole time or did you go back to the bar?
Good
I'm
question.
gonna go back.
What'd you do?
I'm going back to the bar.
Okay, so if you went back to the bar, you would have found actually which bar?
That's a great question.
Sorry, say that again.
I said that's a great question.
question. He's giving a big old compliment.
I am blanking on the names of the bars.
If you go look at the main street with the barrels, you can hover over them and see the names.
Oh,
There's the Riotous Centaur and the Keen Hawk.
I want to go to the Centaur.
Okay, so you arrive at the Riotous Centaur, and the place is completely packed, and there's a line you have to wait in to get inside.
Oh, jeez. Do I see any familiar faces inside?
You can't. Well, you haven't gotten inside yet. You're at the line, but you
Well,
do not see any familiar faces on the line.
dang. I suppose I'll wait in line for a bit.
Okay, so you wait in line. We'll get back to you later. All right, Darcy. So Gizzard is gone. You've gone through. You canvassed for information at the docks. So what do you do next?
Um, does my brain chiming thing only work if I see the person?
Brain chiming thing. What do you mean?
My
Telepathy.
telepathy.
I think they have to be within a certain range, and you have to at least know where they are. Let me see.
He did tell me he was going to be where he was going to be.
Let me see what the range is. Thought I added it here. I'm not seeing it. Okay, I guess I'll have to add it. Sorry about that. I thought we already. Oh, there it is. Allows you to speak to any creature, animal, or with one-way telepathy, chime, no matter the language. Oh, the creature must be visible to you and must be within 60 feet.
Oh, there you go. Alright. Dum. It was the centaur and the other one. What was the other one?
The keen hawk.
Oh, go to the keen hawk.
Okay, so you go to the keen hawk, and you do not see Gizzard there, but you do see in the common room the others. So you see Cyclone and you'll see Judge.
Waltz on in.
All right, so you go in. You guys, the rest of you see Darcy show up. Nobody, or you don't know where Gizzard is right now.
Go ahead and wave her over.
Yep, she's already headed your way.
So, how was Sebastian?
He seems fine. I took him flying.
Oh, really? Did that go better than the first time?
I made sure that he relieved himself first. It was hard going getting off the ground. But once we got up there, he seemed to be fine. He's much more adaptable, I should say.
Well, that is good, I suppose. Did not fall to his doom then.
No, he did very well. Oh, I did make a bit of a show of it, but what is the writing in the sky compared to a flying horse briefly?
So others have seen this then?
Not many. It's not like I stood in the center of the city. Only the farmers and peasants.
No, it will be quite a story to tell.
It is not something they have not heard in legend before already. After all, if the gods are alive, so must mystic creatures, no?
And considering these mythic creatures have existed even before their awareness of the gods, I suppose so. Well, I do not think there is much I can do for the child and his grandfather today, but I want to go have a look at that first and then maybe rest and tomorrow do something about it if there is something that can be done.
Perhaps I could help with that.
Meanwhile,
Yes, I was.
sorry, Judge, we'll get back to you in a minute. Meanwhile, Gizzard, you've been waiting in line for 10 minutes. You're about a third of the way to the door, but you probably estimate another 20 minutes of waiting before you get there.
I'm over it. We're going to the other one.
All right, so you make your way over to the Keen Hawk, and as you show up, you see that literally everybody else in the group is at the table.
I rolled the dice and I lost.
You guys see Gizzard show up.
Very
Hi.
well.
I wonder where
Hey.
you wandered off to.
Don't worry about it. I say in the most suspicious way possible, even though there's nothing suspicious about what I've actually been doing.
Hmm. I'm sure if it's anything of note, we will hear of it later.
Oh, you will.
And with that, I will advance the hour so that you guys can get your short rest in. So whoever wants to take it, go ahead and do your short rest thingy. And we'll call that for the session.
All right.